Hello, everyone. Welcome to the reading sprints for the Hello 2022 Readathon. So today we have a couple of members who are going to be joining the chat today and a couple who could not join. But here we have, oh, the audio always creeps me out at first. So we have 5 hosts in total today. So we'll just kind of go around, say who we are, say if we all have YouTube channels here, so we'll mention that, what we're currently reading, and how about your favorite, I don't know. Oh, give me a 2022 resolution. So I'll start. My name is Sarah. You're on Sarah's Reading Nook. And I am going to be reading If Beale Street Could Talk by James Baldwin, which is a very, very sad classic. And a resolution that I have for this year is I just made a video on this, or a reel on this. Oh, one is to be more active this year. And Olivia's is to get more treats and lots of care. And yeah. Abigail?
Hi, I'm Abigail. My YouTube channel is Abigail's Cup of Tea. I am currently reading Twice Shy by Sarah Hoggle. And a goal I have for 2022 is to practice my Spanish.
Oh, perfect. One of mine is to practice my Portuguese, which is similar but not the exact same. But it's such a good thing to practice. Oh, we have so many people coming in today. Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Laura?
I'm Laura. I have a channel, Laura Reads Pages. I just finished my first book of the Readathon, which was Crooked Kingdom, and by Lee Bardugo. And then now I'm reading The Dalai Lama's Cat by David Mitchie, but I think I'm actually going to have to read a research article for school during this spring. And a New Year's resolution is just to cook more of my own meals.
It's a really good resolution.
I love that.
It's calming to cook your own meals.
And your book choices seem like very different, the first one from the second.
Oh, yes, definitely. Actually, all 4 of them are very different. But yeah, we'll see. I'm so far so good. I'm liking The Dalai Lama's Cat. I really enjoyed Crooked Kingdom. So maybe the trick is in like mixing it up. Yeah, the contrast.
Angela?
My name is Angela, and my channel is Angela Rose Reads. I also am practicing my Spanish more this year, and I have to listen on audiobook to Spinning Silver by Naomi Novik. I say I have to because I just got back returning it from the library, the physical book, because somebody else wanted it. So kind of bummed, but I can just play Animal Crossing and listen to it on audiobook. So that's my plan.
I love that.
Okay. Hi, I am Kristen. My channel is Perks of a Book Flower, and I'm currently reading my Book of the Month selection, which was The Magnolia Palace. I took the dust jacket off of it, so you can't see how beautiful the cover is, but it's this historical fiction novel about this girl who kind of poses. She's like the muse behind all of these famous statues and stuff, and it's so interesting. I think
cool.
Yeah, I'm reading this prompt for I think a book I wanted to read in 2022. I think that's the one I'm going for on my TBR for this list. And then I've read one book so far. I read Spinning Silver for my book that took me out of my comfort zone, because I'm not a long fantasy person usually.
That's really good. So let me know if you are on your first book, or just in general, to everyone who is joining, everyone who is a co-host, if you have basically completed a book, or if you are on your first book. Because I just completed my first book. I think it was yesterday. And that book is Girl, Woman, Other. It is this one right here. And it was so good. It was written by the author. It had 12 perspectives, 11 female perspectives, and then one non-binary character. And it was just really, really good. And I think that it has a really cool structure to it. There is barely any punctuation, so there aren't really periods. Sometimes there's question marks, but it sort of reads like a poem, and it's just like, I don't know. I said it last time. It's a strange word to use, but it's just like delicious. It's just like a beautiful book to read. Listen to the audiobook, read the physical book, and it was just beautiful. How about everyone else?
I'm on my third book. It's my second physical book. So my first book was an audiobook. So I can't remember what prompt this was for now. Oh, a book with new beginnings. So yeah, this is my third one.
And that one was Tweet Shy?
Twice.
That you're on right now? Twice Shy.
Yeah. It's so cute.
It looks really, really good.
I'm on my second, but I'm reading two of them at the same time. So like I'm on my second and my second, or my second and my third. I kind of changed my TBR a tiny bit because I realized how many pages all my books have and how I don't think it's possible to finish them all. So I'm a part of the Top Shelf Society book club. So I'm finishing up Spinning Silver for our live show Sunday.
Nice.
Yes. Shouldn't have said it with a question mark. I know it's Sunday. We're good. I can't believe how many some people have read.
I know.
Most people have finished their first book.
Serena completed first book. Fourth. You're on your fourth book. Oh my goodness.
Good job.
On your first book, but completed the second one before finishing the first one. Not yet. I hope you feel better soon, Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
Second. First book. Now you're starting a new one. On to your second book. That's just so great. And of course, some books are way longer than others. Some of our schedules are very, very busy. I have all the time in the world to read right now, which is great. Taylor, finishing it. I think you will finish it tonight. I just have a feeling. Just a really, really good feeling that you will.
You got this, Taylor.
And it's been just really awesome to see all of the posts that have been flooding through on Instagram. There have been, I checked on the hashtag, and it includes co-hosts and it includes participants, but we have over 100 now posts from participants and co-hosts on Instagram on our hashtag. And there are also reels that are flooding in, and there have been just so many beautiful ones as well. And I think that a really awesome sort of not selfish, but it's just been so nice to have so many book recommendations. And like to see everybody's like bookish taste, and to see just all like just such a variety of books that people are reading, which has been awesome.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah.
There's so many. And we even had today like a post from someone who finished the readathon already.
I saw that.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, you guys are so good.
Yeah.
I agree, Lisa. So Lisa, you're reading 2 at the same time. Technically had already started 3 of the 4 on your TBR. So technically reading all 4 at the same time. I got it. Even though you haven't touched Atomic Habits.
Okay, I
heard a
feel
lot
like
of
the book
good things
has
about
been out there for years, but I have still never seen a paperback of it.
Oh.
Oh,
Every
Atomic
time I go to
Habits?
buy it, I don't like spending the money on hardbacks for the most part. And I keep waiting and waiting and waiting. And I'm like, hasn't this book been out for years, or is this just the weird effect of the past few years?
I feel like it has been out for a long time.
Has anyone seen it on paperback? Is it just me?
No.
I just want to see. I'm going to look it up, see if they have it or not.
I'm just looking it up now, and it says that Atomic Habits was published in 2018.
Oh, that's even longer than I thought.
Yeah, right?
Okay, so there has to be one. Maybe they're just, I'm not seeing them at the store.
Okay, so just so that others can see what the book is, I'm sure most of you have heard of this. So, okay, so you guys can see it. I'm just going to pull it up.
Yeah, Barnes & Noble doesn't have a paperback option at all on their website for it.
Probably because like there's such a demand for it still that like they can make more money without, I don't know.
Wow.
All right, so Grace has said that she has it as a paperback.
Oh. Interesting.
And Lisa confirms that there's a paperback on Amazon.
Oh, okay. Cause see, I've only like I see them at like Target and Barnes & Noble, and I guess they're just always carrying hardback, like you said, Kristen, to make Plea.
Yeah. I've only ever seen hardback too.
That's so cool.
Oh, Audrey, just talking about books that we have finished for the Readathon or that we are currently reading for the Readathon. And Karina just finished the first book on your TBR. Reminders of Him. It was so good.
That's the new Colleen Hoover book, right?
I think so.
Let's see.
I
Reminders.
loved that other one. That's really popular.
Is it Ends With Us?
Yes, I loved that one.
It's so good.
I know.
Gosh,
Look, I feel like I
Not-
would like this one too.
4.71?
Whoa.
Are you kidding me? I rarely see a book that high. Rated. Sorry?
Wow.
Oh my gosh. Okay. A troubled young mother yearns for a shot at redemption in this heartbreaking yet hopeful story. Wow. Okay. Let's just say want to read.
Dang.
And the other one you had mentioned was It Ends With Us?
Yes.
Yes.
That's like a TikTok.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
And again, 4.44. And a Goodreads Choice winner. Ew.
Oh,
Okay.
if you read that, make sure to read the author's note at the end too.
Like afterwards?
Yeah, like after you read the book, because it it sums it up and it's very impactful, and yeah, it's really good.
What is it? What is it about?
I went into it not knowing, and I kind of liked that I didn't know, so I don't know if I should say. Did you go into it knowing, Kristen?
I didn't.
Did you like that you didn't know, or did you wish
I
that
feel
you
like
had
I
known?
liked not knowing. Yeah.
Me too. Yeah. So I don't want to give anything away.
Is it like a thriller?
No. How would you describe it, Kristen? Like a romance?
Sorry, I just lost internet connection. But it's kind of a romance, but I don't know. It's more than just a romance as well.
Mhm.
It deals with so many important and like meaningful issues too.
Yeah.
Not that romance isn't, but it just has a lot of other things going on.
Yes. Yes.
Every Heart a Doorway.
Oh, I just got the new book of that, the Where the Drowned Girls Go. It's the newest one, and I'm the first one to get it from the library, and it's so fresh and crisp and new.
That's such a good feeling. Do any of you have a Hoopla subscription, or I guess the app? I just went on it, and they told me that I am not allowed to take out any more books for the month.
Oh, you reached your limit.
Which is 10, apparently.
Yeah.
I had no idea. I had no idea. I was very sad because the one I wanted to read was a children's book that I've been meaning to read for a long time.
Well, you gotta tell us what it is.
Oh my gosh. It's called Mikasa. It's a bilingual book about a like young girl, I believe, and she lives in a bilingual home. So she sort of speaks, from what I gather, she speaks Spanish and she speaks English at home, but then outside of her home, she speaks English. And I just thought that was just a really cute sort of book, and I relate to that, but in Portuguese.
I think Kelly
that'd be great.
Your friend Kelly. Yeah. I saw
literally, her, if you're interested in children's books, her Instagram is Miss Cloud's Library, and I'll just type it here, Miss Cloud's Library. And she just has such an amazing like range of books from like Indigenous authors and Canadian, Hawaiian, just like so many different just so many different books that are just really diverse and just amazing for children. And I always, whenever she posts something, I always try and get it as soon as I can from Hoopla and read it. And it's very comforting to read children's books.
I think Miss Cloud's Little Library, is it?
Yeah, I think so. I should know. I did some art for her. Yeah, Hoopla is great for audiobooks. It really is.
That's where I found The Great Gatsby narrated by Sean Astin.
Oh, I forgot that, yeah.
It was such a strange, like, there might be a connection there that I'm completely unfamiliar with, but it worked for me.
That's so good. Oh, and they're really good for graphic novels as well. You can kind of, for graphic novels, if anyone is interested in reading graphic novels, you can go and sort of swipe through panel by panel. So instead of just reading like the entire page, you just read like one panel and then the other and then the other. And so it kind of almost reads like, or sort of seems almost like a cartoon when you do it that way. It's really cool.
Oh, neat. Yeah.
Yeah.
That is really neat. Yeah, Shauna did.
I can't get over one of my favorite roles by him was the well, obviously number 1 is Samwise, but number 2, I loved him in 50 First Dates because his character, do you remember he was her brother, Drew Barrymore's brother? No, has anyone seen 50 First Dates?
Yeah.
Not me.
Yes.
But I can't rember.
Yeah, I don't remember.
He was he was the buff. He would always wear like the tiny t-shirts and be working out and stuff, and he had a lisp, and he was just he was such a unique character from what he normally plays. So I just thought that was such a funny role. I love it.
Someone asked about audiobooks.
Yes.
The app that I use, I don't know if anyone else uses Libro FM for audiobooks. It's just like an alternative to Audible that isn't owned by Amazon. And when you go in, you can select a local bookstore, and it's the exact same price pretty much as Audible, but I think some of the money you pay monthly goes to whichever bookstore you select, and it's been great so far. There's nothing that I haven't been able to find on there, but I do kind of have a hunch that maybe there's more available on Audible, but it hasn't been a problem so far.
Oh, that's really good. I don't know if it's available to everyone, but Libby is also good. If you have the Libby app for audiobooks, and Hoopla, you can actually get, like you were saying, some audiobooks there as well. So I always just try to do the library and then kind of see if I don't find it, and then I will go, and usually I go to iBooks, I guess is what it's called, but they're expensive.
I also
so I'll try out your recommendation, Laura.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, it's worth it for me, but it is like a normal, I don't know if it's like $14 or $15 a month, and that for a credit. But I don't know. I listen to audiobooks enough that I'm usually getting one a month anyway, so it kind of works out. And then if I want more, I also have used Libby. But yeah, just more like if you have Audible and wanted another subscription app that wasn't Amazon based. Libro FM.
Any Play subscription, unlimited books, and a great selection. Cool.
Wow.
That's a really good recommendation.
Yeah.
And Scribed for audiobooks?
Yeah, I've heard of that one as
Yeah.
well.
Scribd is, I think, a little bit cheaper than Libro FM and Audible, and it likes to say it's kind of like the Netflix of audiobooks and ebooks, but you do kind of reach like a limit.
What was the other one before Scribd? Any Play? Was it? I just want to write it down. Oh, I guess I can check in the chat. I can see the chat. I keep forgetting that.
Oh, no problem. I've been really liking sort of listening to audiobooks and pairing it with physical books or ebooks lately, just to see like for reviews if I am to review it for like Instagram or YouTube or whatever, and someone's like, should I get the audiobook? I don't know, or whatever. Like for The Song of Achilles, I'm like, yes. the audiobook is definitely worth it. Cersei, the audiobook is just awesome. And I think that the audiobook.
I love those audiobooks.
Have you read Cersei?
Yes.
Me?
Laura?
Yeah, I read it before you. I think
you did.
I think I think I might have told you to read it way back, like 2 years ago or something. But yeah, I really like Circe. And I have the audiobook as well. It's great. And Song of Achilles, the audiobook's also really well done.
And Kristen, did you read Circe?
Yes.
I think you both read it before me.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I had even started my booktube channel when I had read it. I may have, but I don't think so.
Oh my god. All my villagers on Animal Crossing are mad at me because whenever I play, I don't really ever talk to them. And so they're like, oh, I thought you were mad at me. You remember me? I'm like, oh, my bad.
Who plays Animal Crossing here?
Oh, me, for sure.
Yeah, I've seen some of yours too, yeah.
I'm terrified that I will become super addicted to it.
It's really addicting. It's so calming. Like, it's your own little world. It's so nice.
And you can sort of make your own little environment and everything.
So you play at your own pace because, like, if you're not in the mood to do anything, there's like 4 fossils a day that you can dig up and try to either give to your museum or sell. And you're supposed to talk to your villagers, but I don't do it very often. But yeah, if you want to spend a day like terraforming and designing a whole thing, you can spend hours. But if you just want to pop in real quick and check in, then it's only a couple minutes. I just got the DLC though, where the Happy Home Paradise, where you like can go to work and build vacation homes for people. It's pretty cool. Do you have it online? I don't have it online. Do you?
Oh, no.
Me neither.
Do you guys know Jesse the Reader? He's a booktuber.
Yeah. Yes.
He plays it. I watched him on Twitch, I think it's called, but he was playing live and he was doing like designing houses for people. Yeah. So satisfying. I loved it.
It's a cute
Oh my gosh.
I recommend it if you want to, like Em said, Animal Crossing and audiobook. Great way to pass the time.
There is like a new Pokemon game that's coming out, and it's the Snap one. And I don't know if any of you guys played Pokemon, but I was addicted to it because I loved all the creatures. And Pokemon Snap was just the best because you would just see like the little Pokemon and they would be just kind of doing their thing, and you'd be like, it was a Bookstagram practice.
Oh, that's so cute.
So I would like to get that, but Ben is like, you are going to get so addicted to that. And so it's a maybe.
You know, Pokemon is hardcore back. Like I'm in my placements in a 3rd grade classroom a couple times a week, and all the kids have their Pokemon cards in a binder just like we did. Like I'm like, this was my 3rd grade and now this is yours too. Like all the cards, all the stuff, like it's back.
How is it always so popular?
Yeah, has it ever gone away though? Not really. They're just
No, there's just you can keep going with it. Did any of you play Pokemon Go?
No.
I did.
You did?
Mm-hmm, it was fun. I didn't get very far, but I loved it. I loved the community of it.
Yeah, it was just very fun. And you would just go to like a store and you'd be like, hey, there's like a Charmander.
Yeah, there was one day that I was like hanging out in like a graveyard, just this random graveyard in the middle of town, and there were like 30 other people there playing Pokemon Go. Like it was just crazy. It was surreal. I don't know. I loved it.
It really is going to outlive us all. I'm okay with it. There are worse things.
Taylor, yes.
Yeah, I remember when Pokemon Go came out, like at first, I remember I was driving home from work. Oh, no, I was driving, my colleague home from work, and we were like, what is going on? There's tons of people in the streets. Like, normally this is quite a quiet neighborhood. Like, there's kids out on bikes all over the place. Like, what is going on? And then I remembered having heard it on the radio, and I was like, oh my God, this release.
It was like an insane, like everyone was doing it. Everyone
It was like within
outside.
24 hours. Yeah, of it being released.
Yeah.
Yeah, Game Boys. Yep. Awesome.
Playing the Game Boy version of Pokemon on an emulator on your phone. Awesome. 2D games are the only thing my brain likes to play. I get it. Totally get it.
Yes. It's such a chill game. Animal Crossing, I mean, yeah. You don't really, I mean, you just kind of build stuff and buy furniture and fish and chop trees and stuff. Mario
Harvest
Party.
Moon is another one.
Oh
Did
my
you play
gosh,
Harvest Moon?
Harvest Moon?
Yeah, you just like Harvest Moon was so chill. You just go out and you like go fishing and like you like plant your crops and you harvest them. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's all you do. I loved it. It was just amazing. And I want to play it again. Again, so addicting and just calming.
So it's so fun. So Mario, right now on Animal Crossing, there's this like when you go to shop for things, they have a thing where you can buy all Mario stuff. And so I bought like a pipe and some mushrooms and the star and stuff. So like when you go on the little ATM and you click on Nook Shopping, there's like a second one going on right now where you can like dress up like any of the characters. You can buy the clothes to be Princess Peach or Luigi or Mario or anyone. And like I just set aside a part of my island to just like make a bunch of like Mario stuff. I like it, Lisa.
I want to buy actual plushies, like just a star or something like that, like one of the stars, or my favorite is the mushroom.
I bet you could sew that. You're very talented. You could do it.
No.
That would be so fun.
It would be very difficult too. Okay, everyone, do you want to start our first sprint of the night?
Yes.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Olivia is sleeping on the bed, kind of on top of all of this big pile of books. So she's so ready to read. Okay. All right. So if you have some water, if you have your book, make sure to have that with you. So exciting. Okay, everyone, are you ready?
Yes.
Okay, so we'll start our first sprint. Just a reminder to co-host. So we'll just mute our microphones during the sprint. All right, so we're going to start in 3, 2, 1. Happy sprinting, everyone. Okay, everyone. That was our first sprint. How did it go?
Good.
Yeah, it was good.
I ordered some pizza while I was listening to my audiobook.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
So that's why it was out for a little bit.
That sounds so good right now.
Yeah, I have this thing right now where I just want to eat as much pizza as I can, which really conflicts with my goal, but I'm sure it's just a phase.
It's called
And I
balance.
don't recommend it, but it's just delicious right now. So, yeah. Oh, that's so great. Thanks for joining. So let me see. I have no idea how much percent I read. I think I was at 43% and now I'm at 48% of my book. It's a short book.
I was just reading my school stuff, so I don't have a percentage, but I got a lot done.
Yay.
Yeah, I read like 15 pages.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Is Luna still there?
No, I don't know where she went, but
I don't know where Olivia went. Ooh, good job,
45,
Liv.
wow.
That's really good.
45 pages. That's amazing.
I always find when I'm reading on my e-reader where the pages are very small, like even if I make the print small, I'm always like turning the page much sooner than I would in a physical book. But I always like feel more motivated to read because I feel like I'm getting, even though I'm not, it's the same length. I feel like I'm getting through the book faster.
Yeah, I've experienced that too with like e-readers. It's really
Yeah.
Good job, Lisa. Oh, yeah, you're reading If Cats Disappeared from the World, which I'm going to bring that up because it looks like such a heartbreaking but like good book. I believe it's a translated book from Japanese. Yeah.
Oh, cucumber.
Yeah. I hope you're enjoying it.
Cabbage.
Why do all these cat books sound like they're gonna make you cry?
no.
Oh,
The
I
same
think
thing with the
they
Traveling Cat
will.
Chronicles. I know, anything
Because
with a
they
cat is
will.
just trying to make you cry.
A lot of dog books are the same way.
Yeah.
Oh,
They know
that's
the
a
easy
genre
way
I
to
need
hurt.
to like improve upon is dog books.
Mm-hmm. It's very popular with the young middle school readers, 6th grade dog books.
What were those books with all the like herd of puppies, litter of puppies that played soccer and stuff? And there are all these movies that you used to get
Oh,
at Blockbusters.
Airbuds.
Yes, yes, yes.
Good job, Em. Oh, really good job.
Yeah.
24, 6%, 22 pages. Nice. 8 to 10 pages. Awesome. 18. Cute. So the readathon is now coinciding with the work week, so the pace gets slower because I'm tired after long work days. Totally.
Oh, where'd Kristen go?
Yeah.
We lost Kristen.
Yeah. I'm gonna just see if she said anything on Instagram.
I love Carrie Hope Fletcher.
I might have to switch to ebook because I'm so tired. Then just listening to the audiobook is making me sleepy. But I have to do it on my phone, and I just feel like I don't enjoy reading on my phone. Does anybody else?
Yeah.
No, I don't at all. On my
I
phone, I have trouble.
I actually really like it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I do.
Kristen's back.
Sorry.
Looks like you're on your different device.
Connection. It keeps turning all of you into spinning circles, and I don't know. I think I got.
Oh. Oh yeah, I totally remember those.
Didn't they have one that was snow themed too? I remember that.
Good job, Anna. Becca, 58% through your book. Read 12 pages the sprint. Littles came in to wrestle with me for a bit. That's cute.
Okay, Liz said something.
No, I haven't, but I really want to. Not for lack of wanting to, just for not having gotten around to it. But she's written 5 books now or something, so I better catch up.
So why is this a thing? This makes me so mad too, because if you're at work or if you're somewhere, it's okay if you read and scroll on your phone. But if you have a physical book, they're like, you should be doing something else. How is that okay?
Really?
Yeah, I don't know if
I feel like there's it's switched from what it was before, because I used to feel judgment for being when I was younger, for being on my phone, and if I had a book I would feel for my parents or something more oh, that's not the typical teenage. But you're right, because I guess if you're on your phone you could be doing something work related, or you could be answering emails, I guess is the idea, but I think that's silly.
That is silly.
I hate it.
This is unpopular opinion, I think, but I love to read on my phone because I can curl up in the most comfortable positions and just yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, Kristen.
Okay, yeah. I love physical books so much. But it is so hard to curl up in a ball at night, light off, and read.
That's exactly what I do. And I feel like it's lit, sometimes at night I want to read a book, but then I have to get my book light and the battery goes out so quickly, and or I can't find it. I can never find it. I have it here right now just because I was prepared, but I can never find my book lamp.
Yeah.
For me, it's just the fact that there's so many distractions.
Yeah.
The message could come in, and then I get distracted by that, or something pops up.
That's how I feel too. Yeah.
That's why I bought a Kindle Paperwhite for my bed, because I totally agree with you, Sarah and Kristen, about how you can curl up and it's backlit and you can get all cozy, but it hurts my eyes. No matter how low I turn the dimness, it's so bright for me. So the Paperwhite is just a little more. What is it it's fake paper kind of.
Yeah, I've been thinking about getting one of those. Would you recommend it?
Well, what is it first?
The Kindle Paperwhite is just a Kindle that it kind of has the look and touch of paper. The way it's lit it's not no matter, when you have your phone on, no matter how dim you turn it, it's still a bright lit screen. but that you can adjust the dimness and it's so much easier on your eyes. I would recommend it if you're gonna read a lot with it, but it's only like reading because the what would you call it? Like the layout of it is very choppy. Everything is in black and white. You won't have any color. So it's very like, it's not the most pretty things because it's all in black and white. But if you're using it strictly like how the picture shows just for reading your books, I love reading on it. And you can change the font, you can change the size, you can change like the backlit amount. So for me personally, it was definitely worth it because that's what I prefer reading on. But there are other
Waterproof.
Kindles or other e-readers that have like pretty colors and stuff. So it's up to what you want.
Okay.
I'm skeptical.
That's good if you're reading in the bath.
Oh my gosh, I
Yeah.
love that. Just like that and like a Lush bath bomb and a glass of wine.
Yes. And like a nice like candle or something like
candle.
that.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Yes.
So I end up just doing it on my phone, and I think I have lost. Yeah, I've lost one phone because it fell in the bathtub, and then I got a new phone, and I did the exact same thing, but it survived.
Oh, no.
I didn't learn. I don't recommend it. It's very stressful.
Wow.
Okay, I'm gonna try and catch up. Yes.
Oh, there you go. At the school library, it's the opposite. That's fantastic.
Yeah, I do like physical books to read during the day. During the day where like I can just have it like, and it's just, there's like nice light around, then I like it. So Melissa loves her paperwhite.
Yeah,
Love
that's a
it.
good point too. No
There's,
glare.
there's like some good reviews here. Yeah, it can be really distracting to have notifications. I don't have notifications like on my phone, so for anything other than like text, so I usually don't get very like distracted.
Same.
But I had to put the notifications off because like with Instagram, like it just bam bam like all the time, and it was just getting a little bit too much. Ah, you did. You dropped yours into the bath and it survived.
That's good.
Guys, it's getting a little bit late for me. It's like almost 9:30, so I think that I'm gonna head out, but I'm glad I got to join for one round of reading.
Thank you for joining, Kristen.
Yeah, no problem. See you guys later.
Have a good night.
Bye, Kristen. I hate to do this too, but I actually might have to head out as well. But I'll try to join in the chat if I can.
Okay.
And if not, I will
really
see
nice
you
having
for
you
the
both.
next one.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Sorry, everyone.
No worries. Yeah. Oh, totally. I can see that as well, too.
Oh my god. I just got an idea, but I don't know if this would actually be a good video for booktube or not. Because I was just thinking, like, because so how they were saying that reading before bed to help relax. And I keep being torn because I really like watching like sitcoms before bed. Like I watch like Big Bang Theory or Friends or something, and that for some reason that relaxes me. But I've kind of been wanting to try for a week just like reading before bed and seeing if that helps any better or not. But I feel like that would probably be boring because it's just barely about reading. That's okay. I'll do a personal experiment, see which is better.
I would watch it.
I would watch it too.
Yeah.
I always see people
would
do
like
those
to
like
know.
experiments. I'm like, oh, actually, that would be a curious one. Does reading before bed actually help, or is it like a sitcom comfort thing that helps? Does anybody else watch things at night, or is it everyone readers here? I know, Abigail, you said you like to read at night, right?
I do both. I'll watch like YouTube, or I love listening to podcasts while I get ready for bed. And then right before I go to bed, I'll do some reading. So I kind of do both.
Nice.
Yeah.
What are your favorite podcasts?
Unsolicited Advice is my favorite podcast ever. It's Ashley and Taryn, and Ashley is like my favorite YouTuber. So
I think I know who that is.
Yeah, Ashley Nicole. Yeah, I love their podcast. They just have a really good friendship and dynamic, and they give really good life advice. So that's like my number one podcast. It's my comfort podcast for sure. So yeah.
Yeah, that's what I just saw.
Yeah. I love them.
I'm pretty sure I've seen you post them.
Oh yeah. Yeah, they did like a whole series on like the Enneagram personality test and stuff like that. So that was really fun. And they just do like life advice. And then during October, they do like spooky episodes, which is so fun. So.
Oh, that sounds great. I love anything spooky.
Yeah, you would love their October series. It's really great. Like people send in their like personal stories. So.
Okay, I have to say you have an awesome video where you are reading scary stories, and there was one, I think it was the first video that I'm not sure, but I think it was like towards the very end. There was one that really creeped me out.
There was one that really creeped me out too. I wonder if it's the same one. Was it the Myrtle one by chance? I know. I didn't get to read all of them on YouTube, but I read like the rest of them by myself at night. And there were some really, really, I mean, almost just like all of them in their own way were like terrifying. But that one really stuck with me.
Too.
And then there was another one I didn't get to read on my channel, but it really scared me. But yeah.
I want to hear that one, but I am like always looking for scary stories that will actually scare me.
Yeah, and I love hearing like people's real life experiences. It's just crazy to hear about.
That's so amazing that you got one that was very freaky.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What was I thinking? Sometimes, okay, well, the guys on Watcher, so Ryan and Shane, have you listened to their Christmas ghost stories?
No.
That one is like really kind of funny, and they rate how scary they are. And yeah, there is some adult content in it, but it's like
do you
really
mean Too Many Spirits, or do you mean when they read the story?
Too Many Spirits.
Oh, Too Many Spirits. Oh gosh, that's my favorite.
It's so funny, like really, really funny.
Oh my god, Too Many Spirits has become like tradition because they do so. Like it starts the week, and each week I think it's one, and as the week goes on, they get drunker and drunker because they filmed it all in one night. And so you start it and they're like just a little buzzed, and then by the end of the night / the end of the weeks, they're wasted.
And they
so
like
funny.
they rate it like on a scale of 1 to 10. At least the ones that I've seen, they rate how scary the stories are, and they always have like a really like interesting drink that they'll have. And then in the end, I'm like, I'm not really sure if it really matters or if they'll remember anyhow. So, but it's really fun. Like
That
it's a lot of
sounds fun.
fun.
Yeah.
And I feel like they have a lot more like liberty to do whatever they want and however they want to on Watcher versus like on BuzzFeed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I love it. I have a shirt from BuzzFeed Unsolved Supernatural, and now I want to buy the Too Many Spirits merch because it's just so good, man. They're just, it's who they are as people. Like you said about your podcast, like you just really connect with certain personalities, and you're just like, yeah.
That's like my biggest thing for anything. YouTube, podcasts, TV shows. If I find, even if it's someone I don't relate to, if I just find someone where I just love their personality, I'm like, okay, I'm here to stay.
Totally.
Crazy. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Ashley Nicole. Mm-hmm.
Hi, Kayla.
Oh, is that part of the Bromance book club series? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I want to read that. I want to read that in the future. It just looks really like lighthearted and funny and just like awesome.
Yeah, the first one is really funny. All the different guys, like their personalities, so funny.
I need to read it. I really do. So that just would fall under like romance, right?
Mm-hmm.
Romance, comedy.
Yeah, I think it's in the romance section at Barnes & Noble. So.
The one with the cat on the cover. Yeah, and I was thinking of, okay, recommendations. So what is on your top like recommendations for romance to read in 2022?
I know you have to be asking Abigail because I don't read any romance.
Okay, I guess. Well, do you like romance
in real life or in
IRL
as a genre? But sure, in real life as well.
Okay, so one of the only ways that I enjoy romance when the book is a romance is if it makes me laugh a lot. And because I have a hard time, like I like having romance in books with other plots. That's great. But for me, I have a hard time like being interested enough in like that being the only plot. But like I love People We Meet on Vacation because it just made me laugh, like the banter and the lines. So that's my one. So maybe if anybody has suggestions of funny romances, I'll take them.
The Unhoneymooners was pretty funny.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember you liking it.
I didn't like that one. I only didn't like it because that was years ago. I don't remember why I didn't like it. I think I didn't like because it just seemed really unrealistic to me. I was like,
that's fair.
Which is ironic because like fantasy's not realistic either, but like
but I guess with fantasy you kind of already know it's not going to be that realistic because it's fantasy, but with romance you might want it to be more like real.
Did The Love Hypothesis make you laugh? Did you read that one yet?
I haven't read that. I know
I haven't
still reading that one, Sarah.
Oh my gosh, like I kind of want to read a little bit of it tonight at some point. I don't know how long you guys are able to stay. How long do I have you guys for tonight?
I could do like 2 more sprints.
Okay. Yeah, so I don't know. I might read this for the very last one just to kind of like have something, because I've been reading like pretty like sad books like almost all month. But this oh my gosh, like when I read it, and I'll read it during the reading sprint, but like my face like looks hilarious. Like because I just have this dumb smile on my face because it's so funny. Like there are so many things in here that are just so funny, and I've been kind of like savoring this like all month because I don't really want it to end.
That's when you know it's good, when you feel like you need to savor it. That's like kind of how I'm feeling with this one. I'm like trying to read it as slowly as possible.
But then it's like you have like a deadline, and it's just, or like a mental deadline anyway.
Yeah.
And you're just like, oh, I want this to last for like ever and never end.
I know.
Yeah.
Okay, so ignore my pickiness. Abigail was going to give us romance recommendations.
Yes.
So just recommend like my favorite romance books, or
Yeah, like your favorite, or let's just see, maybe like a breakthrough romance, like one that will, I don't know, breakthrough is the right thing to say.
Gateway?
Or gateway, yeah. A good gateway romance.
I mean, you know, I'm always going to recommend Beach Read.
Oh, right.
Yeah, Beach Read is my favorite. So sorry, if I'm looking over here, I'm looking at my bookshelf. So I'm trying to see. Yeah, Beach Read is my number 1. And Shipped by Angie Hockman was really fun. I did a buddy read on both of those books with my friend Taylor. Oh yeah, Taylor's in the comments. We're obsessed with Beach Read. And I don't know if it's too soon to say that this is one of my favorites, but because I'm only this far, but I'm really enjoying this one as well. So yeah.
I literally don't know like who wouldn't just like I like, it's just so funny. Like
I can't wait to read that one. Like
it's a fake relationship. It's scientists. Like it's super awkward and quirky at times. Like there's ridiculous there's like deadpan humor in this as well.
Yes, that's why I bought it from him, right?
And Olive, who's the protagonist, she is just hilarious. She is so awkward and funny and brilliant. And what I love so much about this is that this is written by let me get this right. Allie Hazelwood is a multi-published author, alas, of peer-reviewed articles about brain science in which no one makes out, and the ever after is not always happy. She's originally from Italy, lived in Germany and Japan before she moved to the US to pursue a PhD in neuroscience. Wow. And she's a professor. She says... and it's like when Allie is not at work, she can be found running, eating cake pops, or watching sci-fi movies with her 2 feline overlords and her slightly less feline husband. Like, it's just
slightly less feline husband.
Slightly less feline husband. Like, it's just like written so funny and so clever.
Oh, I cannot.
I'm so glad I got it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's just, this is like, I don't know. I still have a little bit left, but like, I really think it's going to be like a 5-star. Like, I don't know who the heck wouldn't.
Okay, Taylor, we need to buddy read that one next.
We all need to get on that one. Oh, wow.
It was really fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I loved the guy character in that.
I'm like looking all this stuff up and adding it to my Goodreads.
Yeah, I mean, if you can like get it through the library so that way you don't have to like spend money on it and just give it a try, you know?
Good idea. I committed to The Love Hypothesis and One Last Stop. Those are on my TBR, my bookshelf. So, but I feel like I like more like spring and summer to read that. I'm the weirdest seasonal reader.
Summer definitely like all the romance. Like,
oh.
I don't think that this one needs to be like, you know how there's like this sort of like nice, easy, breezy, just like people we meet on vacation, beach read, like that kind of vibe for like summer reading and like romance. Like this is just like a funny book. It's like it's a funny book. And there is romance, but it is not I don't know, it's just hilarious. I think this is an anytime like read.
That's good.
Yeah.
Because
I did not think I was gonna like this much.
What?
I was like 100% convinced I was gonna be like, eh.
Really?
Yeah, and then I started reading it and I was like, this is hilarious. I'm just like snorting the whole way through. I'm glad the mic's off.
Yeah, sometimes when books are like really hyped up, I'm like, oh, am I really gonna be part of that? And then like with Beach Read, I'm like, oh, okay, we'll see. And then I'm like, yeah, I'm part of that. It's good.
Angela, did you like Get a Life, Chloe Brown? Because I thought it was so funny.
I like that a lot because it dealt with other things too besides romance, like physical health and all of that. And I think I don't remember what I gave it, but yeah, I did like that.
Yeah, so she has Talia Hibbert. She just has like a lot of great like representation. So I think that in that one she had it was chronic pain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chronic pain representation in that, which was really nice to actually see in a book. I think she had fibromyalgia, but I'm not sure if I can remember.
I figured out why I have a hard time with romances. I just realized because it happened in that book. No spoilers about when or anything. It's just a trope. I am the biggest person ever when it comes to communication. I like will over communicate, and so I think that's what happened in the Unhoneymooners. They both just wouldn't communicate, and I was like shaking the book. I'm like, just talk to each other. And so
that frustrates me too when that happens.
So same thing with the book Get Life, Chloe Brown. Like there was one part where they would just, I was like, can you just have a real conversation, please? Work this out.
That is a very popular thing to happen in romance books. Yeah.
I think it just like creates a conflict when there isn't really a conflict, and you don't want, and you want both parties to still kind of like go away being in two pretty good arenas, because if it's miscommunication, then nothing was wrong in the first place, so nothing will be wrong in the relationship, kind of. So I think it just creates like drama.
Yeah.
And is used as like a plot device, which in itself can be frustrating. So I understand. Yeah.
Yeah.
Written in the Stars. I haven't heard of that one. Yeah, chronic pain and fibromyalgia.
Now, don't get me wrong, that's not just a romance critique. Like, miscommunication tropes happen in every genre, so I have no issue with romance at all. It's just hard to navigate because you don't know when that's gonna pop up. So you're just like, oh God, can you talk?
I got this.
Bridgerton, there you go.
Have you watched Bridgerton?
I haven't.
I want to, but like usually when I watch TV, I always watch it with my partner. And he does not want to watch Bridgerton, and I'm always like, oh, can we watch it? Maybe one day. I think that might be like a personal activity.
Yeah.
Oh, I know something controversial. It's gonna make Sarah give me a look. I know some romances that I love that she hates. Jane Austen.
That I hate.
Oh, you hated Emma.
Oh no, wait. I'm reading Jane Austen this year.
She hated Emma. I loved it.
Okay, that's the one I'm reading first.
Yeah.
We'll see. I don't know. I'm nervous. They really intimidate me.
I don't think it's an intimidating book.
It's long, but
okay.
Many people enjoy it a lot.
Okay.
Which
many people
kind of the whole book is a miscommunication trope, but it's funny. Like, it's hilarious. Like,
many people find it funny.
I think it's funny. I don't know if you like watching movies or reading the books first, but maybe watching Emma first might make it like less intimidating to read, or you might that might ruin it for you and you might just want to read the book. So it just depends on what you prefer.
I might watch the movie first because I watched the movie of Little Women first and it made me want to read the book.
Oh,
so
that's such a good book.
I haven't read it yet. So
it's such a good book and such a good movie.
Yeah.
I like both of them. I like the new one and sort of like the older one. I think Winona Ryder was in the older one.
I've only seen the newer one with Emma Watson.
Yeah.
Very, very, very good. Very good.
I love the soundtrack.
It's so good. For a movie for Emma, I recommend Clueless because
I don't. I recommend the new Emma.
Okay. Well, you recommend like the actual like adaptation. I recommend an alternative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Clueless is like a Emma adaptation.
Oh, that's fun. I didn't know that.
Yeah. So if you, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You can always fall back on Clueless.
Bridgerton is so good, very addicting. 10 Things I Hate About You. I rewatched that recently and I was like, this actually holds up. You know when you rewatch movies that were like from the 2000s or 90s and you're like, ooh, is this gonna be bad? No, 10 Things I Hate About You is still good. And that's The Taming of the Shrew adaptation.
I haven't seen that in so long. I think I was kind of young when I saw it, so I probably didn't really appreciate it for what it was. You know what I mean? So you should rewatch it.
There's this scene where Heath Ledger, if I'm thinking of the right movie, I think I am, because I've rewatched this scene like a million times, where Heath Ledger is like going down like the steps, like as he's singing You're Too Good to Be True, Can't Keep My Eyes Off of You, and like you can see a little bit of the Joker in him as he's doing it. And it's just so funny, and I'm like, oh my gosh, that was when I started to say like, okay, I really like Heath Ledger like in that movie. And then he just went on to he was such a good Joker.
Who else? Joseph Gordon-Levitt was like a baby in that movie. He was so young.
Right? Oh, yeah, miscommunication. Yes. Yes. Want to see the new Emma.
The new Emma, people are torn. In our book club, some of us watched it because we read Emma, and like a couple of us, like I loved it. I bought it. And then a couple of the other members were like, yeah. So it's
Luna looks so little. So cute.
She is small, yeah. She's very small.
I didn't realize how little she is.
She was born with a leg deformity, which I feel like people don't see that too much through photos and stuff.
No, I didn't even realize.
Yeah, she has like a curved bone. She was just born that way, and she's just very small, and she hops around like a bunny, which you really don't see but she's just so precious.
She's so tiny and so cute.
Yeah.
Oh, I love her so much.
Yeah, she's sweet.
Yeah, Clueless is really close to the story of Emma. Yeah. 1996 Emma, have you seen that one? Angela?
Oh, is that the one with Gwyneth Paltrow? Because if so, I think I have. Yeah, I did. I think that's on Netflix in the US, or it was.
I might have it as well. There's Sense and Sensibility that I want to read. That's one I will definitely read, because there is a film adaptation with Kate Winslet, I believe, and she's like my favorite actress. She can do no wrong. Have you seen Mayor of Easttown?
Mm-mm.
You guys gotta watch it. It is so good. So good. It's like it's like a series, but like a, what do they call it? Like those short series?
Miniseries?
Yeah. Miniseries, exactly. And they're trying to figure out I believe like a murder, but it is so much better than like so many of the the true crime sort of stuff that you see. And Kate Winslet is just she's just like over it. Her character is just like over everything. You know, she like tries to like leap over like a fence, and she like kind of fails. She's like a detective, and she's just over everything, but she gets really invested in this case, and she just tries to like prove herself, and you know, she gets very invested in this case, and she just does like such a good job. And I think that the other true crime series that I would recommend is True Detective season 1. Yeah. Hello.
Hi.
Luna. I think that's in 1996. Abigail, I know you love All the Boys I Loved Before books. Have you watched the last movie?
Yes, like 3 times. Yeah, Harold and I both love those movies.
That's so great that you like watch it together.
Yeah, surprisingly, Harold, he's not picky about movies. Like, he'll watch pretty much anything with me, which is nice. So
that is really nice.
Yeah.
Has anyone watched Encanto?
I've seen part of it.
Oh God.
Encanto?
It's a Disney movie.
We had it on during Christmas Eve when my nieces and nephews were here, so I didn't really see like it was on the TV, but I didn't really see too much of it. But it was beautiful.
It's so good. Yes, thank you. All caps. I agree. Right, like Lin-Manuel Miranda writes the songs, which you know they're awesome, and then the story is just breathtaking. We don't talk about Bruno. Yes, like Encanto is absolutely breathtaking. The story is so powerful too. I'm so happy that Disney is moved into the phase of like dealing with real issues and not just like the stereotypical prince and princess things. Hispanic family dynamic, you know, generational trauma, dealing with that, and like toxic family issues, and like it's just so good. I'm just so happy that it's giving like good things for kids and adults, because we all love it too.
That is so awesome. Okay, I want to watch it.
It's incredible. I highly recommend. And everybody else seems to agree, so did a good job.
So is it on Netflix or?
It's on Disney Plus.
Yeah, just that's where we watched it too.
Yeah. I agree. The nuances and the emotional punch of the story. Yeah. It's so
Oh yeah,
so good.
it was fun because my niece and nephew. We have some nieces and nephews that live here, but we have some from Peru, so they were visiting, and so yeah. But I'll have to watch it without them and really actually pay attention to the plot. But
Oh,
yeah,
that would be nice. During Christmas, we had we basically visited my partner's family, and there was a lot of Finding Nemo and like all of the Disney things. It was a lot of fun.
yeah. Oh,
Okay, guys, do you want to do our next sprint?
yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go get my pizza, but I will put the timer on.
Guess I'll read on my phone. Ugh.
If you have to.
Well, I had like 6 renewals for Spinning Silver from the library, and then like just the other day, it was like, oh no, you have 0. Somebody else wants it. I was like, no.
Okay, Olivia, you can come up, but I'm just about to go get pizza. Okay, so I'm going to start this in 3, 2, 1. Okay, happy sprinting. So Olivia's like really, really, really comfortable. And she keeps moving the laptop. And she's rubbing her cheek on it.
She's like, this is my live show.
Oh my gosh. Olivia, are you just so happy right now?
She's so cute. Oh,
Oh my goodness. Well, the sprint went really well for her. For sure. She got a little like squeezy. Yeah, so we get her these squeezies, and there may be a little bit left, I hope. I'll show you what they look like. So yeah, they kind of look like this. They're smooth and savory, and she gets like tuna. Yeah. Oh. Let's see. So how did it go for you guys?
Yeah, really good. It went so fast because I love this book.
Oh, that's so good.
Yeah, I feel like it was made for me.
Oh my gosh.
I really love it. Yeah. How did it go for you, Angela?
Good. I think I'm about halfway through, but it's a chunky book. What is it, Sarah? Like 400 and almost 500 pages, I think.
It's almost 500 like pages. Spinning Silver, right?
Yes.
Oh man. That's hard for a readathon.
It's supposed to be read earlier in the month, but I didn't.
Yeah. I was trying to read it earlier as well, but you're liking it?
Yeah, I am. Sorry, I'm reading the comments. Yeah, I really like it. I'm sensing kind of like some of those like hate to maybe love relationships. I'm wondering if they end up going from hate to love or if they all just keep hating each other. I don't know. They could hate each other. They could kill each other. Who knows?
What percent or what page are you on?
I don't know because it's an ebook, so it's off. But I think I'm like halfway through, and so yeah, it's just really interesting, and I really like all the magic in the story, and it's definitely good for the winter. That is definitely true. So
good.
That's so special though that you feel like it was written for you.
Gosh, it is. I know it's like kind of bold to say that when you're not even like halfway. I'm almost halfway, but I don't know. It's just like the sweetest love story. I love it. Like the main character is like a huge daydreamer, and that's how I am. So I'm like, I feel like you or me. Yeah.
Oh, that is so cute.
Yeah.
Sometimes like you just find a book that really is just written for you, and you read it at the right time, and it's very special, and you never forget it.
And like I've had this book. I got it at Half Price Books last year, I think. Yeah, it must have been last year. And this readathon is like what really pushed me to finally read it because it fit the new beginnings prompt so well. So, yeah.
How'd yours go, Sarah?
Oh, mine is very sad.
No.
Mine is a very, very sad. It's James Baldwin. And it's, oh my gosh, I've cried a lot reading this book, but it's very, very good. And I really like books that are just heartbreaking and heart-wrenching, and you end up crying. It's like, it's very cathartic to read those kind of books for me. And like, but this book is about, I'll try to say what it is without crying, but it's about a couple, and no, I can't. I can't even talk about it. It's really, really, really just sad, and just beautifully like written, and it reads like poetry, and it's just amazing. Yeah.
I don't read very many sad books. That is an emotion I try to avoid a lot, but I will say there are certain seasons in my life where I do kind of want that. So, but it is more rare, I think, for me.
Yeah. Angela, do you read sad books?
I try to avoid them.
Yeah.
Although there's certain sad movies that I just like have on the docket for whenever I want to cry.
Mm.
You know?
Yeah, I get
But
that.
then there's like good tears and happy tears, so it depends. Are you looking for sad tears or happy tears?
No. Like I
It sounds like you're looking for sad tears, you said.
I don't even know why I'm here. She just loves to be in the front of the camera so much that I'm just like, I don't even, like, there we go.
Oh.
She's so, like, so many times people ask me, oh, does she pose? And I'm like, no, there's a camera, and she just goes for it, and she poses like a little model. It's so funny. But yeah, I like books that are just heartbreaking, and I like manga like that as well.
Interesting.
That just like I just cry buckets of tears. Yeah.
Oh, sorry, this is very random, but we were talking about Myers-Briggs personality test in the last live show.
Yeah.
The main character in this is an INFP, so if there's any INFPs out there, I just wanted to throw that out there. Yeah, so that's random. Sorry.
Like it says INFP?
Yeah, the main character, she says she's an INFP, so I just thought I would mention that if there's any INFPs in the chat. So sorry, very random.
I think that book is for you because, like, the fact that the character like took their Myers-Briggs.
Yeah, right? I know I'm an INFJ, but INFP is like very close. Like it's so, yeah.
It is very, very close.
Yeah, it's cute. It's kind of funny because both the characters in this, I guess it's probably why it's called Twice Shy, but they're both kind of shy. So that's interesting.
Yeah.
You don't get that a lot. So.
Oh, and something else random. Apparently, INFJ is supposed to be very, very rare.
Yeah.
But also, like, in terms of pairing, they're not supposed to get along very well in relationships with INTJs. Which is funny because me and Ben, like, I'm INFJ and he's INTJ. So he's more thinking and I'm more feeling, I guess.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But I think it just balances out really well. Like I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hi, Hugo. You have to stay there. Luna won't like it if you come here. No, please. Sometimes Hugo and Luna both want to be with me, but it's not going to work. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Oh. They're both like, Mom.
I know, I'm like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't know what to do.
Oh my gosh, his little squeaks are heartbreaking.
Bye.
Did he just leave?
Well, he started to, but he came back around. Sorry. Oh, someone finished their book.
Good job, Em.
That's good.
Let's see. 60%. of the ebook that I'm reading, and I'm getting the thrill to the story.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what the last book was that made me cry. Now you got me thinking.
Oh, mine was The Anthropocene Reviewed by John Green. That one.
I think I'm gonna read that soon, so okay, I should prepare myself.
Yeah, there's a couple of stories in there. One in particular that really moved me. A lot of his stories from when he was a chaplain at the hospital, a children's hospital, those stories made me cry. Yeah.
Oh no.
Yeah, so brace yourself.
I feel like pediatrics was like by far the hardest rotation to do. Absolutely, by far.
Oh, but for the Anthropocene Reviewed, read the notes in the back when you're done. I don't want to say why, but just do it.
When I'm done with the whole thing, or when I'm done with each chapter?
When you're just like done with the whole book.
Okay.
Yeah, because no, I'm not going to say why.
I'll do it for sure. Thank you.
Yeah.
I can't wait. It's the same thing like you said. Like I kind of, the past few years have been really hard on our views on humanity and the world. Yeah. And so I'm like, I was trying to look up a book that could like help me have hope again for humanity. Yeah. And I heard that has that similar vibe. And so I remember like grabbing it and reading it, and like it is a good, I guess, different way to look at things. It sounds like maybe.
I gave it 4.5 stars, but I am really thinking about giving it a 5-star because I can't stop thinking about it and talking about it.
Oh, I love that.
Yeah.
It's really nice when you can find a book that will just like kind of stick with you.
Yeah, I think that's why I shouldn't be so quick to give ratings, because I think it is good to let it sit for a few days. But whenever I finish a book, I want to give it a rating right away. But
me too. I feel that way as well. But then I find that sometimes I feel more like grounded if I kind of like wait a little bit.
Yeah.
Some books I know for sure are just like instantly like, yes, this is like an amazing book. I'm giving it a 5. I have no hesitations. Or and then other books I feel like I need to like sit with for a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for me it's usually the books that are between 4 and 5 stars.
Yeah.
Those are the hardest ones for me.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, it's a big jump. It's going from like, this is a really, really great book and I enjoyed it, to being like, this book was amazing. So, and sometimes it takes a little bit of time to like really appreciate how amazing a book is, I find.
Yeah, sometimes you don't realize how much it really impacted you until you give it a little time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like definitely. There's so many books like that.
Yeah.
I think that one, I don't remember if I cried during it, but I think I did. This was when I cried at last. That's the same thing that you're talking about, where at first I was thinking like a 4, and now I've thought about it every month since. And that is, I don't know how to pronounce the name. I've heard 2 different ways. A Man Called Ove or A Man Called Uwe by Frederick Bachman.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know how to pronounce it, but
I've heard both, and I even watched the Swedish movie, so I don't know why I can't remember which way they pronounce it. But that book, I just can't stop thinking about it, and it's been months, and so I'm like, that has to be, and I'm about ready to reread it, and I just read it a couple months ago, so it's just like, I'm like, okay. Yeah, that has to be a 5. That one made me cry. Just a terribly grumpy, awful, crotchety man. And then
a grumpy yet lovable man.
I don't even know if I'd call him lovable half the time. But yeah, he's gosh. Curmudgeon. That's a great word to describe him. He's a curmudgeon.
Mm-hmm. I've never heard of this word before.
I haven't either, but I love it.
Honestly, I'm telling you, I read this book. I don't really, the problem is when you had asked for us to think about recommendations, I have very few books that I would recommend across the board because I really like to like tailor it to the exact person because so many people like different things. This is one of the few books that I'm like, I really think most people would love this book.
Oh.
Like, and we watched because they made it into, because Fredrik Backman is a very famous, I believe it's Swedish, people correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone else knows, author. And so the film that they made of this book is in that as well. And we watched it, and even the film was so good.
No.
And there's a cat, as you can see.
I know, yeah, I was like leaning in. I'm like, is that a cat? Well, I'm sold. That's all it takes.
Yeah, you're gonna hate him and you're gonna be so mad at him half the time, but you get to understand the story and why. And then you know, people in his neighborhood, they all kind of, he has to deal with them. And so it kind of, it's great. So
Is he unlikable or grumpy?
Yes.
So both?
Yeah. But he is the way, like you go in the past and see like why he is the way that he is. People call him the bitter neighbor from hell, it says. That's funny. He is. He's very, very grumpy, and he's quite unlikable half the time, especially like Sarah. I know you're gonna be so mad at him if you read it at first, especially in regards to the cat. But just stick with it. Just stick with it.
Sarah's eyes are so big. She's like,
Olivia's like, what?
Stick with
Is this a cat-friendly book?
It's not at first, no.
Oh no.
Does
He doesn't like anyone or anything. Why would he like a stray cat?
Because cats are so easy to love. Well, for me.
Yeah. No, but like I said, stick it out. It'll get there. It's yeah. That's the one that I would say, both of what you were talking about. I think I'd have to bump that to a 5, and I think that was the book that made me cry.
I would say most books that do make me cry are usually about 5 stars because they just hit me so hard.
That makes sense.
Yeah, totally. I'm like, oh, did this tug at my heartstrings? Yes, it did. 5.
Right.
Or like a movie or anything, or like, yeah. I was thinking that a genre probably that you guys don't read very much of is manga.
Not too much.
You would be correct.
And I think that there's this one manga that I've read, and I just think it's a really good one to recommend to people that haven't read very much manga or are kind of experimenting with it. Okay, let me see.
Night.
So it's this one here. It's called Kimi ni Todoke. And it's just really, really, really cute. So the female protagonist, she is so shy, and a lot of people are scared of her because she has long hair, and they always associate her with like the girl from The Ring, and I don't know why. I just think it's because high school students can be a little bit harsh like towards other people.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure why. And he's like the popular guy in the class, but he's really, really like kind and like befriends her. And it's about their relationship, and it's like literally the cutest manga ever.
Aww.
It's my favorite. It's one of my favorites. It's just incredibly cute, and there's like an anime and everything, and it's just awesome.
Well, that's fun to get like a different sort of recommendation, because I would have never found that, on my own.
Yeah, and I think that one is really, really good, and there's, like, a whole bunch more that are really, really good as well.
I read the first few volumes of Black Butler last year, but I started to trail off of it, and then I really want to do the problem is it's so popular, everyone loves it, that I can't get it from the library. I really want to read Death Note because the anime was, I loved it so much.
Oh, yeah, the graphic the manga is really, 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 really good.
That's what I want to see, but they're so expensive to buy. My brother has the whole series, but he's in a different state from me, so I'm like, dang it.
Aww.
I wish manga was, like, easier to get off of, like, Hoopla and, like, Libby,
Yeah.
you know?
Let me
Have
see
you
if I got
checked?
it. I never thought of that for Hoopla.
Maybe it'll be on there since it is so popular. Hopefully.
Yeah. Is it on there?
Is it not one word? Oh no. Ew. Dubbed. Gross. Sorry. We don't ever watch dubbed. Okay. They have the subbed and dubbed seasons. They don't have, it doesn't look like the manga though. Darn it.
Our actual library has it.
Mm.
They actually have a pretty good manga collection.
Awesome.
I think I'm gonna go to the library tomorrow. I haven't been in a long time.
I want to go too. There's a really beautiful one that we have in sort of like our downtown center that has like 5 or 6 floors or something, and it's like brand new. And they have like as soon as you walk in, there's this big like screen that you can like interact with, and it has like dinosaurs, and it's like I
Wow.
always see like tons of kids like around it. It's like a huge screen, and they can switch it to be like marine animals and like touch the animal, and then it will like give like the like all of the information, like the scientific name, like what type of food like that animal likes to eat, and like all of its habits, and if you like drag your finger across, it will like swim with you.
Well, it's
So
like a museum or something.
right, where
Yeah.
no animals get harmed.
Yeah,
Because it's all just like digital. So I love it.
that's really cool. Very interactive and yeah.
Yeah. And then the other question I had was if you guys have recommendations for classics.
Well, I really haven't read very many classics, but that is my goal this year. And I'm reading Anne of Green Gables for this readathon, so hopefully that will
You know
be
what I did? I read a graphic novel that was Anne of Green Gables because, like, in Canada, like, we all read Anne of Green Gables. It's like a Canadian Prince Edward Island classic. So we read like the whole like series and everything. So then I read there's a really, really cute graphic novel that I read just before this so that I could like remember and be like, oh, okay, I remember exactly what happens to Anne, and I'm like really like excited to hear what you have to say about it.
Yeah, I'm
It's like
excited
just
to read it.
it's so classic, like the like pigtails and the hat and the dress, and actually in Prince Edward Island, they sell like little Anne dolls.
Oh, yeah, I figured
Yeah.
that would be a good classic to start with. So,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, it is. It's very sweet. Like Anne is very, very sweet. And let's see.
I always recommend, it's short, it's like 63 pages, Goodreads says. It's The Yellow Wallpaper by Charlotte Perkins Gilman.
What is that?
It's so good. It's about, it was written, okay, published in 2009, not even, get out of here. It was written, when was this? Okay, 1892. Okay. It's about a woman who, in that time period, they say that, you know, she's showing signs of mental health issues, aka being a human. And so her husband like has her go up and kind of be like locked up in this like attic room, and it kind of just shows her and like the effects of like that having happened on so many women back then. And like she starts like seeing something moving in the yellow wallpaper and things like that, and you can it's so good. It's so short, but it's so good.
Oh, that sounds really good.
Yeah, I love that one. But Little Women is much more cheerful, so I also vote Little Women.
Yeah, I'm excited for that one too. I didn't pick that one for the readathon because that one is longer. So yeah.
That's the thing. That's the same thing we were just talking about. When it took me months to read Little Women because each chapter I was like, okay, that was great, but it didn't feel like it was connecting to a larger plot. It was just like, oh, okay, I'm just reading about the girls. And then when I finished it and then I watched the movie, I can't stop thinking about it. And now it's like one of my all-time favorite books. So it's so strange how things change, like you said.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that one's going to take me a while. So I was like, I don't think that's a readathon type of book for me. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it is with Little Women. I think that if you like Little Women, you would probably also really like Black Beauty.
Okay.
Black Beauty is also really, really good. And for like children's classics, I just every time like The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, like Narnia.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So comforting. So amazing.
Yeah.
Huh?
I have read that one. So
have you read the others in the series?
I read the first one.
Magician's Nephew?
Yes. And then Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe, but those are the only ones I've read. So
Prince Caspian is really, really good. And The Voyage of the Dawn Treader as well. So there's actually the whole series is like really, really good.
And that's C.S. Lewis, right?
Yeah, it's C.S. Lewis.
So now that you brought up C.S. Lewis, I can think of one classic I really like, and it's by C.S. Lewis. It's the Screwtape Letters.
Yeah, you mentioned, and I want to read it now.
Oh, it's really good.
The Screwtape Letters.
Would you consider that a classic? I guess. I don't know.
I'm sure it is.
Because like I love Rebecca by Daphne du Maurier. That one was phenomenal. But is that a classic? I don't know.
I know, it's like, what exactly makes something a classic? Oh, it says a classic masterpiece.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
His writing is just so amazing.
Yeah, agreed.
But I haven't read any of his like more like adult books.
Oh my gosh. So do you know Bridget from Bridge M Books?
Yes.
She does a Top Shelf Society with us too. So we were able to go to a bookstore together, and I picked her out a book just for fun, not for filming. Like I picked her out a book, and she picked me out a book. And the book she picked me out is a C.S. Lewis, and it's short. I haven't read it yet. She described it as like he goes to another planet, the main character. So it's like something like sci-fi, but it also has to do with like morality in the world and existence, it sounds like.
Interesting.
So that's a really interesting concept.
What is it called?
Oh, that's a good question. My bookshelf is not in this room. Let me see.
That's such a fun idea. I'm gonna have to like make my friends do that with me. Like pick out.
Right?
Yeah.
It's just neat because, like, as you say, especially when a book feels like it's like a part of you, or if it means a lot, or if you think they'll like it or anything like that, it's just kind of neat.
Yeah, so when you picked it out for each other, like, did you just say, like, pick a book you think I would like, or pick a book, like, how did you go about that?
Let me think.
Or did you just pick books?
I think I asked her to pick me a book that she loves.
Okay.
Because I wanted to, like, read something that meant a lot to her.
I like
and
that.
then,
Yeah.
honestly, it's been a couple months. I don't even remember what I did for her, but she picked out a book that she loves for me because I wanted to get an idea about, you know, what meant a lot to her.
I love that. I feel like that is, like, such a good way to grow closer to somebody, you know?
That's true. And yeah, if
I
you
wish we
can't,
could all do this.
yeah, you can do it virtually though, even if you can't in person.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm so down. Distance has never been a problem for us. We can still do it.
Exactly.
War and Peace. You know, I've always wanted to read it. I've always wanted to read it. It's just one of those classics that I feel like I need to read, you know?
I don't know if I've heard of it.
I don't know if I can. It sounds so long.
It's incredibly long.
A lot of war and just a little bit of peace.
No, I don't know.
I love so I really, really, really love Peter Pan. The book. The book, reading it as an adult is an interesting experience. Very interesting experience because it's hard to look at Peter Pan the same way that I did when I was a child. Like when I was a child, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Like he's so great and he can fly and I'll never get old. And reading it as an adult, I'm kind of like, Peter Pan is he's a little bit reckless, and yeah.
Did you read?
We read the Christina Henry book,
yes.
Lost Boy.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, and that just totally flips over your perception of Peter Pan. But I think just reading it as an adult is interesting. Like I feel like Wendy is very, very, very grounded.
So to answer your question, the only thing I can find, I wish I could just get up and go in there, but it's further away. I'm seeing C.S. Lewis. It's called the Space Trilogy or Cosmic Trilogy. I think that's it.
Interesting.
Because it says the main themes in Out of the Silent Planet are Christianity, racism, and friendship. And he wrote it after discussing with Tolkien. Okay, that's my answer. Tolkien. That's a classic.
Weren't they like really good friends?
They were like buds, right?
What?
No, they were like buddies.
I think they were, yeah.
I was pretty sure like that they like discussed books with each other, like book ideas with each other. I think that's true.
I like to believe it's true.
Yes, that's it, because this is the cover. Yeah, so Out of the Silent Planet.
And that's the book.
I don't know this will work very well, but it's pretty short.
And I can't remember, is that the book you recommend or you gave to your friend or your friend gave to you?
He gave it to me. Okay. So I still have to read it. I'm getting behind. But I want to read Dune so bad. I want to finish it. So I keep putting things off because I'm like, okay, I want to finish Dune, and then I do other things because I'm torturing myself. I see your smile behind that hand, Sarah. I love it so much. Love
What are you
it.
talking about? I will say that Dune, like, there is a very, very beautiful cover. And
Wow.
I got it for a very special person, and she just absolutely loved it. Even though she had she had another copy of it, but then I got her. Let me see if I can
Is it
find
the one with
it.
the sprayed edges or no? Is it the brown
Yes,
one or the one with the sprayed edges?
yes, it has sprayed edges,
You know how many
and
times
it's just.
I almost have bought that, but I'm like, I already own it. I can't.
I know, and it's not. It's a good gift to give someone because they won't buy it on their own. It's like this one, and it is so
Ooh.
beautiful, and it's huge. It's like massive.
Did you
Wow.
look at the inside of the dust jacket before you gave it to them?
No, I didn't.
The inside of the dust jacket is so pretty too.
Oh, I love when books do that.
Yes.
Treasure.
Yeah, see, War and Peace, 1,444, or sorry, 40 pages.
No.
That's a textbook.
That's so cool. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's so cute.
But yeah, she recommends that book. If anyone's interested, she recommends it. Oh.
I like James Baldwin is like I would consider him classics as well. And I love his writing. His writing is just really, really like amazing. And I read Giovanni's Room, and that's another book that will have you crying, and it will just take your heart and rip it to pieces and then throw it away.
No. I really try to avoid that at all costs. But I wonder if that's because we have different, like, we're the same Enneagram number, but we have different wings. So I wonder if that plays into the fact that I tried to avoid.
What is your wing? Are you 9 or 2?
I'm at
Or
9.
Yeah,
I'm
9.
Yeah, 9. So
I'll be right back. I hear a cat meowing at the door.
I think that makes sense because does that mean that you just are a 1 and you're associated with Enneagram 2? Or what does the wing really relate to?
the wing, so obviously it's not your dominant, like, you know, but it's you have like some traits from that number. It's not your dominant number, but you kind of lean towards one number or the other. So you'd either be, you know, a 1 wing 2 or a 1 wing 9. And 9s are like a little more detached from emotions, like like a daydreamer, like a little more like head in the clouds, not.
Yeah, I just want to look this.
Not like totally detached from emotions, because I would say I am like emotional, but I try to avoid it, if that makes sense.
That does make sense, and I think it's probably more balanced. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. Pull that up. Yeah.
Yeah. So 1 wing 9. That's the one that you associate with more?
Yes.
More introverted, cares more about internal perfection. And this is just going over the introverted versus extroverted, I guess. I don't know if this is correct.
Yeah, I wouldn't say like.
I don't.
Yeah.
Come here.
I wouldn't say that's the most accurate like description of it.
I don't think so, because I was looking at something like yesterday, and I looked at Enneagram 2, and I was like, oh, okay, I think that this is more similar to like how I actually am versus the 9.
Yeah.
Did you get your kitty?
Yep. She was meowing at the door. I let her in and held her, and now she is sitting in the door frame staring back at me. right on the border between the bedroom and the other room.
Cats just don't like
You
closed
having
doors.
Right?
No,
The
no.
bathroom closed doors.
Oh my gosh, the paw under the door.
Yes. Just like,
Can I help you, ma'am? Do
Yeah.
you want in or out? No, she's just gonna sit right there, so I can't close the door. Okay, that's fine.
I wonder where Olivia is. She likes to go in this little cubby where my clean clothes are. And and so I started to just like not put like clean clothes, but put in like a little like rag or something in there so that she'll like it, like a little towel or something.
Aww.
Cats are so weird. I love them.
I know. Oh.
I've been recommended this book. Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I think everyone recommends book. Anyone who reads it says it's the best. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you, because I downloaded the whole series on my Kindle. Another one that I just need to get started on. There's just too many books and not enough time.
I know. Oh my gosh. I literally counted my physical TBR, like all the books I own but haven't read. It's embarrassing. Like,
oh, please share. I want to know so I don't feel so alone.
It's like 40 books that I own that I haven't read. It is embarrassing.
That's okay. I think I'm like 50 something.
Yeah,
it's okay. You're okay.
I'm like confessing.
No, you're in the right company because I feel like most of us are in the same boat.
Gosh,
we all are in the same boat.
And I've seen on Instagram where it's like reading books and buying books are totally different hobbies. And I'm like, yeah, that's what it is. Like,
totally. Olivia. Hi.
She's really talking.
Do you want to do one more sprint? Do you have time to do one more sprint?
Yeah.
I can.
Okay.
And then I gotta go to bed.
Okay. Okay, Olivia, you want to read?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah? Okay. Come on. I'm going to get it up. A timer. Yeah, so many books.
Yeah.
Okay, have you ever seen like how many books you have on your Goodreads TBR?
I don't have that many, I don't think. How many do you have?
That is insane. Like, I'll show you.
How many do you have?
I'm looking it up. It's a ridiculous number. Absolutely
I have 96?
ridiculous.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, I didn't realize I had that many.
I have 59, so that is actually pretty close to the physical books that I own.
Well, it's really bad for me because I only use that as like when I'm out looking through books that I'm interested in. And so once I buy the book, I take it off of my Goodreads thing. So that's 96 on top of all the other ones that I own.
You see mine?
No.
Nice.
Wait,
so you need to live to be 1,000?
I have 859 to be read books.
No.
You should do a declutter sometime. That would be fun to do.
You have exactly 800 more than me.
That's true.
Oh my gosh.
859 books. Like, I need to stop. It's ridiculous.
No, yeah, I actually
have so many.
I did declutter mine recently.
There you go.
Yeah.
I have tried so many times and like literally can't. Like, I can't help myself.
Oh my gosh, I don't think I'd ever sleep knowing that list is waiting.
You haven't read Ninth House? Oh, I'm so curious what you think about that one.
Guess who recommended Bunny?
Me?
Yeah.
Yes. And If We Were Villains. That's I just reread that and gave it 5 stars again.
I have I have a lot. But
audio.
I have
I'm going to give you a little bit of a warning. So, after reading The Secret History, If We're Villains is a little bit more vanilla than that. Like, it was strange because I had read If We Were Villains first, and then when we read The Secret History, those are some dark, twisted characters, man. Like, those are some tragic.
Really?
You read it with us, didn't you, or did you not?
Well, If We Were Villains, is that
Okay.
like more twisted?
No, it's less, is what I'm trying to say. Like,
I see.
If We Were Villains is a lot more focused on like the characters, and like you don't loathe every single character like you do in The Secret History. So like, try to separate the two if that's possible at all, because like I read it pretty quickly after The Secret History, and I was like, wow, these people are boring in comparison. But then I got like halfway through the book, and I'm like, okay, never mind. I love these guys so much. So it's different. Try not to compare them.
So, like, I have like an actual question.
Yes.
Oh, 437. Okay, I'm in good company.
See, there's other
I
people behind
I literally don't understand how it's not like 3,000 books. Like, there's so many books to read. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many. I hear somebody talk, and literally I go to Goodreads right away and I like put it in. And then when I go and when I see a book at a bookstore, I'm like, okay, is this on my list? And then I'm like, okay, I'm gonna get it. Or like, I don't know. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's never gonna happen. But at least I know on here that like I have chronicled 539 books in my lifetime that I have kept account, like I have kept count of. So I need to do some kind of mathematic formula to see if like I can like read 859. But I think that in like 10 years, the list is going to be like 4,000 or something crazy. So I don't know. I don't think that's a realistic goal.
So I don't know. I don't think this is a spoiler because it's in the trailer what the movie's about. If you've ever seen or heard of the movie About Time,
Who's in that?
Rachel McAdams, the guy who plays General Hux from Star Wars. I don't know his name in real life.
Yes, I have.
Okay. So like the thing they tell you, the family, the men in the family can like time travel. And the father uses that ability to go back and repeat days to read books. So like his whole life he used time travel to keep having many more days to read many more books. And I'm just like, man, I feel you. That's how I would use that ability.
Right?
To repeat your days. It's not time travel. It's like repeat your days and they can change too. But yeah, I feel like you would be great with that ability, Sarah.
Yeah, you would. You would greatly benefit from that.
Yeah.
How do I get that ability? Can there be just sort of like a potion or something? What do I have to sell my soul? Like, what do I have to do to get it?
See, you've got a lot of people that are in the hundreds as well. So, and Ruby said you should read If We Were Villains. So that's 2 votes.
Yeah, you know what, man? I just gotta read them, you know? Like, it's on it is on the TBR. Everything is on the TBR. And then people tell me books, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna read it. And then I just hope I can read it. Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Like, okay, this book, I've been telling you about, The Starless Sea.
Don't hurt me.
Starless Sea. I've been trying to read it forever, but it will get done. It will.
Okay, so you don't hate it.
I don't like to start, I know a lot of people like to DNF books, and DNFing is like its whole, like a whole thing. I gotta fix my hair at some point. It keeps falling out of this like clip. And Anna Karenina, I have to read it. It's just like one of those books that I'm just like, it has to get done. It has to. I'm doing the Rory Gilmore reading challenge, and I have to get it done. And then it'll get done, and I'll cross it off, and I'll know what it's about. Just gotta read it.
Well, what is that reading challenge?
Yeah.
The Rory Gilmore Reading Challenge. Hello. Yeah, you like this blanket. It's her favorite blanket.
You're keeping us in suspense. What is the Rory Gilmore Reading
Oh,
Challenge?
sorry, I forgot the question.
This is the late night reading sprints.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's like a slumber party. It is basically all of the books that were mentioned in the Gilmore Girls, and they made a reading list of 339 books, so that accounts for quite a hefty chunk of my TBR. And through it, there is a lot of classics. I'll give an example of like what the books are. Rory Gilmore Reading Challenge. I'm not going to read them all because like there are some books in there that I'm like, I am not going to read these books. Like just like some problematic books and stuff, and I'm like, why would I ever read that? But like Alice in Wonderland is in there. Read it. You know, like a lot of these sort of like classics and stuff.
Right.
Want to read this guy, and then there's just like some like odd books in there, like an L. Franken book, and I'm like, I'm not gonna read that. I don't think I'm gonna read it. I read Babe. And it was so good. I loved it. Oh yeah, The Bell Jar, like a whole bunch of books that they reference. Beloved by Toni Morrison. I need to read that.
See, that's another video I'm gonna do someday, is like rereading the books that I was supposed to read in high school, but I didn't. Like,
that would be
one
great.
of them was Beloved. Like because I just Catch-22 was one that I actually did read in high school, but like Catcher in the Rye, I barely read it. Don't remember it. I should reread it because I was a terrible student.
I actually kind of liked The Catcher in the Rye, but it has a lot of issues in it.
I just feel like high schoolers can always like, and I'm saying this like from my own perspective, so I could be totally wrong, but for me, when I was in high school, I don't think I could fully appreciate the depth of the discussions around a lot of the books. So like, for example, Beloved, we did have a lot of good discussions around it, but I wasn't like, I don't think I was like, had enough life in my personal life. I don't think I had enough life experience yet to fully understand it and appreciate it.
Totally.
And like another one, like that was just one of many. Like I said, I didn't read hardly any of it, but like The Catcher in the Rye, there's a lot of discussions around it. And like now The Great Gatsby, I did reread for our book club. I still don't get it. So maybe that's not going to help me, but I don't know. Sometimes I just felt like when I was in high school, some of these classics went over my head.
Oh, yeah, and that's how I felt too, and then I think I just carried that idea with me into adulthood, and then I just became kind of paralyzed by classics because I'm like, I don't know, what if I don't understand, or I don't know.
Okay, so I have a YouTube channel to recommend with all classics. It's called Thug Notes. And it is just absolutely like amazing and hilarious. Dune. And so he just kind of like breaks down like all of the different classics. Like I went to him because I wasn't getting 1984, and he is like literally the best. Like Animal Farm, like Hamlet, and
oh my God, I love
like
it.
he has these like little like cartoons, and there's like Lord of the Flies, Dante's Inferno. Like I don't know if I'm the only person who watches them, but like, oh my gosh, I love him so much.
Yeah, they had us reading A Tale of Two Cities. I'm like, what high schoolers are gonna get A Tale of Two Cities?
Yeah, they really pick interesting books for high schoolers to read. They don't really pick for like that age range, I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we had to read the Odyssey. Why?
Yeah, I do remember that vaguely.
You had to read the Odyssey? Isn't that
yeah.
Isn't that huge?
Yeah, and we had to read like Beowulf and all that stuff. I don't know why.
I think we read a shortened version of the Odyssey because
like the Odyssey, that's like a book that I've been reading for like ever. Moby Dick is like, Moby Dick is a book that I just read at night when I need to fall asleep. And I go back to it and I'm like, oh, this is interesting, but it always goes over my head. But I'm making progress. I think I'm at like 30 pages.
oh my goodness.
I think I was
Oh,
in
yes,
AP.
yeah.
I don't know if that made a difference, like if
Yeah, probably.
they like gave us different books or whatnot, but it was ironic that I was in AP English and I didn't ever read the books, but I'm
It's
good at
so-
BSing papers.
It's just so different reading something that you're told to read versus like something that you yourself is like wanting to read.
Yeah, definitely. Spark Notes helps me like when I want to read a classic and I feel like the language is like really difficult to get through, then I'll go to Spark Notes just to make sure that I'm like kind of understanding like what they're saying, or like for Shakespeare, if I'm just like what is going on in this like book, then I'll go back to that. I always will go back to either Thug Notes or Spark Notes. But usually it's Thug Notes, I'll be honest.
I love that. So creative.
Yeah.
That's a big one too.
Yeah.
Classics can be.
Oh, nice.
I made a list this year, so I have a bullet journal, but it's just like it's not great. I made a list this year. You know how everyone has a list of like 100 books everyone must read or like classics you should all read. I went through all of those lists and I picked out ones that I actually cared about and I compiled them all into like my own list of books I want to read. And so that's kind of one way that maybe they can be less daunting, is if you just like pick what calls out to you possibly, and then make your own list of like, I want to read these books at some point. And so there's no rush to read them. Like I'm not like, okay, this has to be read this year, but I don't know. I feel like it'll feel kind of accomplishing, or feel pretty accomplished once you're done with it. And then you kind of almost feel like, okay, the world is my oyster now. I've read a lot of the classics I'm interested in. Now let's read whatever we want.
That's smart. Yeah.
Don Quixote. I want to read Don Quixote so bad. I think Ben actually watched or read it. I just remember Don Quixote from like Wishbone.
Wishbone.
You guys watch Wishbone?
I forgot about Wishbone.
Wishbone was the best. He was so cute.
Oh yeah. I love it.
Oh yeah, that's true. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If anyone has read The Count of Monte Cristo, can I read the abridged version or should I read the entire thing? Does anybody know that?
No, I bet Kristen would know.
Okay, that's true. I should message her and ask that because
I think Kristen, didn't she like specialize in classics? Was she a classics major? I think she did, or she has a lot of classics and she's read a lot of classics.
Yeah. I'm just curious if it would leave too much out or not.
What is the difference? I don't actually know. What is the difference between abridged and unabridged?
Unabridged? It's just abridged or not abridged, which means like cut down some. Let me figure out how they actually describe it. But from my understanding, but don't trust me, because remember the other night I thought that canon was like a new term. So apparently I don't know things. Okay, so yeah, an abridged is just a shortened version of the full text. And unabridged is like the full literary text kept intact as originally published.
Huh.
Yeah. But it's so long. That's why I'm curious.
I never really knew. Okay, are you guys up for reading another sprint?
Yeah,
Last one of the night?
I can't believe like what are we? Are we more than halfway through the readathon now?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
It's so crazy.
You're
It's
almost
so
done though with your
crazy.
other
Yeah.
book.
Yeah, but I don't want it to be over. Because like reading for readathons is like so much more fun because you just have a bigger sense of community and you don't feel like you're reading alone, and I don't know.
That's
So
why I love reading sprints so much.
yeah, it's so much
Yeah.
more fun. So I'm afraid my reading is gonna slow down big time after this is over, but we'll see.
We'll see. And we'll see if there's anything kind of around the corner after this one. So,
Yeah.
Dot, dot, dot.
Dot, dot, dot. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, Olivia, are you... Can I get my book? Am I allowed to get my book? I don't think I am. Okay. I don't know how to do this. Okay. Are you good? You're good. Okay. I always try not to disturb the cat.
Oh yes.
I love reading with you too, Ruby.
Yeah, this has been so great.
It's just crazy. It's just started with like a concept that was like, I don't know, like on my planner that was like a one sentence thing, and then it just became this, which is so cool.
I know, and I feel like when we announced it, I was like, oh, we still have so much time until it starts. And now we're like more than halfway through it. I'm like, what?
Right?
Yeah.
It's just been such a cool like experience.
I know. I just love seeing like how creative people have been on Instagram. Like people have done so many different things for like it'll be like the same prompt, but people will have so many different ideas. And
yeah, there's just like so many different like interpretations of the prompt.
Yeah.
Which has been really awesome because and like so many different like book recommendations and aw, that's cute, Lisa. Just so many different like interpretations, and like some people have done like reels and that have just been like so beautiful.
I know. Yeah. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Okay. All right. So last sprint of today. Of tonight. Well, it depends where you guys are. It might be already the next day. I'm not sure.
It's 11:30.
Okay. So last sprint of the day. All right. So 3, 2, 1. Happy sprinting. Okay. That one flew by like so quickly to me.
It felt like
I don't know. Literally, like I looked at the clock and it said like 28 minutes and then it was like 1 minute and I was like, what the hell? I was like, what the heck? That's so crazy.
I know. It was so good. What about you guys? Did you enjoy your reading?
I'm so consumed with this book.
I know.
It's okay.
Sorry.
Was that your alarm?
Yeah. I need to start getting ready for bed.
Oh my
Normally,
gosh.
this is I just have a daily alarm.
Wow.
Oh. Did you hear that?
What happened?
Yes.
You're looking at the ceiling and meowing? Cool.
You know, they can see things that we can't. So.
True.
Mm-hmm.
You both chat. I'm gonna try to grab her.
You should get Shane and Ryan to come investigate.
Yes.
Can I help you? Do you want to say hi?
Oh, that's good.
Want to say hi? Let's see if you can say hi to her. This is
Oh.
Topaz.
Hey.
Immediately wants down. See, immediately she's like, nope, don't want to do this.
Immediately no. Immediately no.
Immediately no. 25 pages read. Yay.
Yeah, that's so awesome.
That is really good. Yeah.
Literally just so consumed with what was going on that I was like, what? How did this go by?
Oh,
So
I think I'm gonna have to stay up and keep reading this. I can't stop. Ah.
yeah, I think mine too. Yeah. After this, I'm just going to like just read it and how much? Okay, I am at 68%. I can finish this. There's only like 169 pages of the book. So
Nice. And this,
I can
so that'll be your second book, right? For the readathon?
Yeah, that'll be my second. And then that will be your third?
Yes. I don't think I'm gonna finish it tonight. I'm gonna read a little more, but I do want to savor this. So yeah.
I can't believe how many books you've read this month already, or this year already, Sarah. Like, holy cow.
How many
There's like I read 16 books this month, but
Yeah.
some of them are kids' books.
You can still. That's really
Yeah, I read 16. So,
wow.
and I read like another book that wasn't like part of this, but you did that too, right, Abigail? Like you read a book like at Barnes and Noble. Was that you?
Oh yeah, I did. I read a children's book today. I just saw it and it was so cute, and I just stood there and read the whole thing.
A book with new beginnings. I think that could be like any children's book.
That's true. Yeah. Yeah, I love children's books. They're just so cute.
Oh, I'm so sorry about your cramps, Lisa.
Oh,
Not good.
it's the worst.
Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, maybe have, I don't know if like a tea and like Advil would help. I hope it would help.
So every time I read books set in the past that are like, even though spinning silver is magic, it's still like set kind of in the real world, sort of, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it always just reminds me that the idea that most of us tend to have, that we want to try to like be fulfilled with our life and like do something and have a passion and like make a difference, is such a luxury and a privilege to have, because unfortunately, like a long time ago, just surviving the day was all you could do. And
Mhm.
I don't know, it just always puts things in perspective for me. I'm like, wow, number one, so glad that I live now. And number two, like it just makes you really appreciate the idea that like we have the luxury to be like, oh, I want to make something in my life. I want to help people. I want to do this. And like that's such a gift that we're, and I can't say everyone, because obviously those, you know, we try to help so that as many people can feel that way as possible. But when you are able to focus on making your life what you want it to be, that is such a gift.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Sorry, it's late. Apparently I'm getting deep.
We're in the full-on sleepover mode.
Yes, isn't that what always happens at sleepovers?
Yeah.
Right? It's like you just get into, and what is life?
Yes.
Right, exactly.
What is life anyway? Like all this like existentialism and
Yeah. Talk about space and what's at the bottom of the ocean.
And we're all just like stardust and
Exactly. No, we're very privileged, that's for sure. That's for sure. Yeah.
That is a good reminder. Yeah.
I feel that way too after reading this book. It's set, well, this book is in the 1970s, I think, because there's like a lot of what's it called? Like there's a lot of like terms that I really love, like you dig and like this cool cat and like all of this stuff that I just love about this book. But yeah, even though it was in the 70s, just totally different set of circumstances for like these characters that I'm reading about. And like it's weird because like even though it was written in the 70s, there's so much of it and so many like issues that happen that are still going on today, and I'm like, what, like, you know, like there's been progress, but there's just like not been like enough change in terms of like racial inequities and that sort of thing. And I'm just like, it's just that part to me is really chilling, I think, about the book, that like I could easily see this book like written today, you know. So it's just a very like a very like sort of powerful story that I really 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 like.
Wow. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if enjoying is, it's impacting me a lot, which I think is really good to get out of any book, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only 10 here, but like I am pretty sleepy, but I'm still after this gonna stay up and like read more because I just can't stop with it.
It's midnight here. But I'm still gonna read too.
Do you have to get up early tomorrow?
Mm-mm.
Okay, good.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Aww.
Yay. Yeah, thank you to everyone who has joined. We've had some
Yeah,
good
thank you.
discussions.
Yeah, I totally agree. I always like learn so much from these two.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been neat getting to meet everyone and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Abigail, this is the wildest, most random coincidence in the world, but I think you'll laugh.
Okay.
So I moved like a year ago or so, a little more than a year ago. And when we did, like we had first had like, you know, when you first like get married and you kind of get all your starter furniture. And so it's kind of not like the greatest stuff. So when we moved, we're like, okay, we're going to get better furniture. And I had been following you. It must have been over a year ago then. And I think it was in one of your vlogs or something. Your cat was on your mantle watching a movie.
Mm-hmm.
And you had a fake fireplace, right?
Yes.
I forgot that those existed. And I love them so much. And so weirdly, in a roundabout way, like, it's because of you that I remembered they existed, and now we have one.
Oh my gosh, I do love that. They are great.
I love them. Isn't that so strange? And these are like internet people, and now we like we're all talking, hanging out, and it doesn't matter what in the world. Strange.
Oh, I love that.
Life is so funny. I was like, oh yeah, that was from her vlog.
And here we are reading together. That's so fun. Yeah,
That's
those
so crazy. That's so crazy.
I love the internet. Like, I've met so many of my closest friends, like, through, like, the book community. I really have.
That's so
Yeah.
cool.
It's so nice because, like, I don't know, like, I don't really have very many friends that read. Like, you know?
Yeah.
I really don't.
And sometimes you just want to talk about books, and it's hard if they don't read too, because they're like, I don't know, there's a little disconnect there, but yeah.
Yeah, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do your partners read?
No.
Ben does not read. He reads manga, but that's about it. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Angela?
Sometimes. He went through a phase where, as we were talking about earlier, you know how we were talking about at work? It's okay if you read on your phone, but you can't have a book. Well, that's what happened to him. And so he was just downloading a bunch of ebooks that I recommended. So he did read like a ton of books that I recommended. And now he doesn't work there anymore. So now he's just kind of like, I'm good.
Yeah, I told Harold, I was like, part of me wishes that you read books, but the other part of me kind of likes that you don't read them because it feels like my thing. I don't even know if that makes sense, but I'm like, it makes me feel a little special that I'm the only one in the relationship that reads.
Me too.
Yeah? Okay, I don't know if that's weird to say, but I mean, that's how I feel. It makes me feel like it's my thing, and
yeah, that's how I feel too.
Yeah.
But what started to happen, which was really cute, is that when I was doing the 12 days of reading sprints, like around like the holidays,
Yeah.
I would have the sprints, and we were kind of visiting Ben's family, and I would put on the sprints, and then me and Ben would escape from everyone. And I would put on the reading sprints, and I would join in the chat at that time. And while the timer was going off, like, I would be reading my book, and then Ben would be reading his manga. So we actually were sprinting together.
Okay, that does kind of make me wish Harold was a reader.
But sprinting can be like just using that time also to be like productive too. So sometimes I would have the sprints, and like Ben would do his work or whatever.
True. You can still be together even if you're not like reading together. So
exactly, and have like that 30 minutes of, okay, I'm watching you, I'm checking on you.
Yeah, sometimes like I'll do the sprints while Harold's watching TV. Like I'm pretty good at like reading even if there's other things going on, because I used to read in high school, like in class.
Yeah.
So that's kind of how we spend time together, even though we're doing like separate things. It's just nice to be together, like in the same room.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Yeah. So
I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh. So far, I have not gotten it yet, but I'm just like waiting for the day because, you know, at some point I feel like we're all gonna get it.
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah,
I think that it's just kind of inevitable. I think it's inevitable. But yeah, just deal with it when it happens.
Yeah.
Oh my God, my cat is freaking out.
Oh, Ruby.
Thank you.
Mm.
Nice. Well, like, yay science. We're hopefully like prepared for it a little better if it happens with
Yeah.
antibodies, but yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It's been a wild time. I'll just say that. It's been a
Yes.
wild couple of years, and yeah.
Yeah.
I've just been because so I thought that I had the month off till my college classes started again, but I'm being placed now. So I'm studying to be an elementary school teacher, and I'm placed in a classroom twice a week all day. So, you know, being around 27 third graders every day, you just kind of have to just live it and do it and just try not to be as afraid anymore or anything, because there's not really a lot you can do. But they're all so great, and they're so cute and sweet and like kind and empathetic, and they're all like, oh, you know, pull it up and different things. It's just so sweet. I don't know. So that's tomorrow. They're I'm going back to class with them.
It is so fun. Growing up, I wanted to be a teacher. Part of me still does. Like, I love kids. Like,
Hey, it's never ever too late. Like, it's gonna be what you're gonna be doing for the rest of your life, so it's never ever too late.
No. Part of me still thinks, like, considers it. Like, when I was younger, I had like school desks in our basement. I had 2, and I would make my friends like sit at the desks. And I had a whiteboard,
That's so cute.
and I would have lesson plans. That's yeah.
What? That's
Yeah.
so cute.
You had lesson plans. I love it.
I was a very
Well, I don't know if this would interest you, but you might want to look into your state, because our state, because of the shortage, just got rid of the bachelor's degree requirement for substitute teachers. So you might not need to have a degree to be a sub if you were ever interested in like getting paid to be a teacher for a while. Like, and I don't know if you like make your own schedule, but a lot of times I think you can. So you might want to just check out your state substitute teaching requirements if you're interested. And then you could see if you like it, if you want to ever go back into it too. So
That's very true. Yeah. Whoa, Hugo is running around. But yeah, that's I'll look into that, because yeah, that was always my dream. And yeah.
It's so precious. They're the sweetest kids.
Would you do elementary?
Yes, 100%. Like, I love little kids. Like, they just have such big imaginations. They're so funny, and I feel like we can learn so much from them too, you know?
Oh yeah.
So yeah.
There's some kids in the class that are right now. So the school is very like conscious of emotions, and that makes me so happy, because that's a huge part of your well-being. And so they ask the students about the climate of the school and like what they think could be better or what they are enjoying and whatnot. And they have these things at school called buddy benches, where outside at recess there's a bench. And if a kid is lonely or just wants to have a group to play with, they sit on the bench, and then the other kids come in and invite them. And so there are these third graders in the class that are advocating for more buddy benches. And I like filmed them and edited an iMovie video of them because they were asking to, and like helped them fill out official paperwork to get more buddy benches and stuff. And I'm just like, this is what we need more of in the world. It's so cute.
Oh, I love that. I feel like so much has changed since we were third graders, and there really wasn't things like that.
Oh.
Yeah, that's so great to hear.
Oh, Ruby worked with first graders. Oh, honestly, the kindergarten and first grade, like, they're so cute.
They are so cute.
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad that like Ruby's been quarantined and we've all been doing this readathon together. So that's been so nice.
Yeah.
I think that you would be a great teacher.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah.
I think you would be a great teacher. I think that you are very kind, intelligent. I think that you would be very good at planning. I think that planning curriculums. I mean, like, you started doing that when you were a child. So I also think that, like, you and Angela are both very good at making like at like teaching like concepts in a very straightforward, like easy to understand way that is very just like I don't know, like kind in how you describe things and very just like reassuring. So I think that yeah.
Well, thanks, Sarah.
Never
There's
too
your
late.
evidence letter.
I feel like this is kind of my sign. I've been thinking about it, and it's weird that this like conversation unfolded. I'm like, well, maybe I should look into it. So
Yeah.
And the cool thing about being a teacher too is that like we can like all sort of think back to like a handful of teachers that just had like such a positive like
yes,
outcome. And so you have the potential to do that and like be that person.
yeah.
Yeah.
And a lot
which is
of
huge.
job openings too. On the practical side as well, you're not going to be struggling, because I've looked into Canadian, like potentially moving to Canada someday and like what that would look like as a teacher and whatnot. And like, just gonna say it like it is, they treat their teachers better. And so there's a lot of teachers that are keeping their jobs more. However, like, and just right now, the past few years, a lot of people have been burnt out as well, or they're retiring. So right now in the US, like there's a huge teacher shortage. Like, and it's probably going to be that way for a little while. So right now would be like, again, you shouldn't make life decisions just for like things like that. But if it is something that you're like feeling called to look into, like, just know it is a really good time. Like, it's not like most of the times when you go, like my mentor teacher was telling me, like when you go for interviews, you know, you're trying to sell yourself to them. And she's like, at this time too, they need to sell themselves to you, because you want to have an environment that you're in and you have that ability. So yeah, I mean, if you're okay with like the downsides of what being a teacher is, like there are a lot of upsides. And if you love it, that's the thing. If you love it, you know, just being in the classroom, you know, and then the downsides you can kind of work past.
Absolutely. If it's your passion, I think that helps you overlook a lot. Yeah. Because, oh, I would just love to like decorate my classroom and like.
Just know everything is going to be on the floor. If it's elementary school, everything is going to be on the floor. It's wild. I had to totally reevaluate my expectations, because like you see the Pinterest classrooms.
I know.
20-something elementary school kids, everything's going to be on the floor at all times.
Chaos.
But it's so fulfilling, and I think you would love it. If you're passionate about it, oh gosh, it's so fulfilling.
Yeah. I've always wanted to do it. Yeah. So
If I had a child, I would love either of you to be their teacher.
Oh,
you guys are making me all emotional.
It's that like late night slumber party kind of like we're just trying to figure out life.
I know, I'm like planning my career at like 12:30 a.m. like,
which is the perfect time during a sleepover.
I know. I'm so glad we're doing this readathon and everything. Like, this has been really good. Yeah. So
yeah, it's been so nice. And we do have more sprints on Saturday. So that will be fun. And those will be at 3:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And yeah, and that's going to be our last sprints. And then in between that, we're going to read some more good books. And just, I'm so excited to see more like Bookstagram prompts. I'm so happy that we included Bookstagram prompts.
Me too.
I'm so behind. I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at Instagram.
Don't worry about it.
No worries about that.
They were totally optional anyway. It's not like
they're totally optional too, and
The
they're
one
actually
picture
just
I
like
did, I changed my TBR, so it's not even the same. Oh, God.
And to even just like looking through the hashtag and like seeing like what other people have done is like is really cute because like you'll see like little things that are like I finished like my first book of the year, or I finished like 3 books already, or I have my first 5-star read of the year, and it's just so nice.
I had a girl on Bookstagram. She's in high school. She said that her and her friend are doing the readathon together, and they have a free period together at school, and they're reading for the readathon during their free period. Isn't that so great?
That's so cute.
That's so cute.
It made me so happy.
Don't you wish that we had booktube when we were in high school?
Oh my gosh, yes. I think it would have given me more confidence in high school because I would have had that community.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like when I was in high school, reading was not cool. Like I couldn't find my people anywhere.
I used to stay like during lunch. Like I would just like stay like in the library.
Yeah, me too.
Like read. You know, because I was like, what am I gonna do? Just talk about I don't want to just like talk about anything. I just like I need to catch up on my outside reading.
Yes. Yeah, right. I know.
That would have been so neat. That was when I was in high school, like that stuff was YouTube was just becoming a thing in the first place.
Yes.
That is so strange.
I don't think we even really had it. Like
Not
I remember yeah, because how Angela, you were born in what year?
91.
91. Okay, so I'm an 88.
Yeah.
So
it must have been just kind of starting up when you were in high school, and mine it was so like it was like the first YouTube videos that were like the bare basics. Like
oh my gosh, yes.
It was so like people didn't even have like when I was in my last year of high school, like there weren't like cell phones, right?
Oh,
like
no, I didn't have an iPhone until after high school.
There weren't cell phones. Like when we would go out, then somebody would have like a little flip phone, like which was like a pay and talk type of thing, and like you'd put like
it would have been the numbers to text.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I forgot about that.
It was like a pay phone. Like a like you would get like a $20 like card or put $20 into your phone or whatever, and then you would be like, what was the point of texting? It's like it would take forever. Like you would have to go dun 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 C dun 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 like F like, and it was just so like inefficient. And so there was really no point, and any pictures you took, I remember the first pictures were just pixels. Like just, there's no point.
Yeah. And like no emojis. No, like none of that.
No, you had to do like semicolon, like comma, and and I remember one thing that was like really big when I was in high school is what was it called? Instant Messenger, like MSN or I guess AOL or whatever you had. And like we would like, I don't know, everybody was just so like in high school, like people would put like their like favorite like lyric, like song lyric, like as like their status or whatever. And they would put like try to make it like a cool font and have like an uppercase and a lowercase and like squiggly lines and like all of that kind of stuff.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
yeah.
Yes, I remember the
if you know what ICQ is, do you know what ICQ?
Mm-mm.
Okay, that that was like prehistoric.
What was that? What's ICQ?
ICQ was like before like MSN Messenger and like that kind of stuff. It was like a little flower, and then you would like kind of like go onto it and like chat with your friends and like, yeah.
Oh, I remember Ask Jeeves. I loved Ask Jeeves.
Oh yes, I remember Ask Jeeves.
It was a whole different search engine. It was just like, instead of Google, it was called Ask Jeeves, and he's like a butler, and you would ask him things. That didn't last very long, but I thought it was fun.
Oh my God. It's crazy how quickly times have changed and how the internet has changed. It's wild.
It's wild, and it's going to change so much in like 10 years.
I know. I wonder what Instagram is going to be like then. Are people still going to use it? You know, it's so weird to think about that. And Instagram itself has changed so much. Like when people used to use like the filters that like came with the Instagram app, you know, we used like all those filters, but then people started buying filters, and now I've seen a lot of people stop using filters. It's just so interesting, the trends.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally. But Instagram's been around for like a long time, and finally Reels are getting a little bit better, like in terms of like what you can do. I haven't tried TikTok. I feel like TikTok is just going to get like even bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger. Yeah.
Although I would say I use TikTok the least, because I don't know why I find it overwhelming. Like I can be on it for a little bit, but then I'm like, it's too much. It's a lot. I
find it's a little scary sometimes. Like, I'm not on TikTok, but like on YouTube, like I'll sort of do, you know, those shorts, and I'll like kind of go through, and then I stop on like one video, and then like I think that it like knows what you've just watched and spent time on, because then it will recommend like similar like things as well afterwards.
Yeah.
Which I find kind of creepy, like that it knows things. And I find it also kind of creepy that like you'll be talking about something and somehow like it'll be like on your phone, or like it'll be on like your tablet, and like I forget what it was. It was not even that long ago. Like earlier today, I was talking to someone about something like planners or something, and then like I just keep seeing like all of these ads like with planners like on Instagram, and I'm like,
it's crazy.
Were you listening? Like, like what is happening here? So I think that like the internet is just going to be wild in like in like 10 years, 5 years even.
So true. Oh, it can be. Yeah.
I actually this year took Instagram
algorithm is creepy.
Instagram off of my phone completely, and that's why like I just had to download it again for the Readathon, because it's just you can't really use Instagram any other way than on your app on the phone. And I've noticed that it helps so much, because I have to use Instagram either on my iPad or on my laptop, and it's not very like it's not formatted for that. Instagram is very much meant to be an app on your phone. And so by deleting the app off of my phone and having to access it on a different platform that makes it not as attractive, it kind of breaks that addictive quality of it. And so I spend so much. I spend hardly any time on Instagram anymore until this week.
Wow. To think how many books I could read if I didn't spend so much time on Instagram is
well, it's easy to grab your phone.
Yeah.
It's so easy. It's like meant to be. Like you just grab your phone and you start scrolling. But when you delete it from your phone, you have no option to do that at all. And you realize how frequently you do that just out of habit. You're not even like, it's just like, oh, I have a second. And you go to reach for your phone, and then I realize, oh, Instagram's not on here. Okay, so maybe I should read a book or cross stitch or do something else, you know? So it's really helpful.
I know that like like we've talked about this before, right, Abigail, of like just having times where we just like delete Instagram like entirely.
Yeah.
Just for a period of time, like probably after the readathon, I will either I might delete it for a little bit. I'm not sure how that is all going to work, but I may have like a little bit of time where I'm not using it.
Yeah, I think it's healthy to do some digital detoxes every now and then. I did one, I forget what month it was, but it was like over the summer last year, and I only got on Instagram one day a week, and it was life-changing. Like, that sounds so dramatic, but
No, it's
it
true.
was so good.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong, like I love Instagram, but it's just, I think I get on it so much, and then if I'm not on it, I almost feel guilty, and I'm like, why? Like, it's so
Right?
weird. Yes. Or, you feel like you're missing out or something, but I feel like once a week was enough to catch up on everything, and it was good. I kind of wish I would have kept it up.
Yeah, I mean, like, obviously it's for the readathon where you have Bookstagram prompts and you have like all of these sorts of things. Like, we kind of have to use it to communicate, right? And also to do DMs with each other. But I think like maybe in like February for a bit, I think that would be like a good time to do detox.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds nice because, Angela, what you said about making the habit less attractive, that was something that I read about in Atomic Habits. Like, he talked about like how to break bad habits, and he said make it unattractive.
Yeah, because they design it to be addicting.
Yes. Yeah, he talked about that. I just love that book. And then another book I read was Digital Minimalism, and that talks specifically about like just the effects of your phone, and that was really interesting too. So
yeah, because that will probably like have an impact with a bunch of different ways, like Instagram, social media, and like Twitter. I will use it to promote something, but I don't Twitter. Like I feel like it's just it can be, I guess, good, but I haven't really seen much good come from like being on it very much, because there's just a lot of, I don't know, just I think that it can be good, but I've seen some pretty toxic things on there as well that is just like harmful and doesn't really make me want to like support being on it, really.
Yeah.
But for like a promotional reason, I think is good. But yeah.
I kept it for the aspect of giving first person views of situations. So like, for example, I believe it was 2020, like during like the protests and whatnot, you saw what they were saying on the news, but I wanted to see what was happening. And we know even when things are being recorded, it's still you have to take everything with a grain of salt because you're not in the situation. I just don't like trusting, like, I don't always trust like people spinning things because everything's to get views and stuff. So I like to see like firsthand accounts of things or hear firsthand accounts of things from people. So I found Twitter to be, in some ways, if you were careful about what you clicked on and stuff, could be helpful to like see what was going on down the street from you, and like could you join what was happening. Like it was helpful to get like the person to person interactions and like understand like but I notice nowadays, like I have an account, but I haven't even hardly gone on it because, like you said, it gets very draining because I feel like it's where a lot of people might go to like vent a lot too. So I find I'm pretty drained after I go scroll and like catch up. I'm like, oof.
Yeah, if there was like a positive Twitter, like then I would like that. You know what I mean? But it just I don't know. I guess what I've seen is a lot of venting, which I think is like healthy to vent and that sort of thing. But I think that, maybe people don't realize that at the end of the day, people are people and we kind of have to have compassion with each other as well. So yeah, that's what I started to see, and I just didn't really want to be a part of like seeing that and that sort of thing, and just seeing people have those sorts of opinions, and it's just too much, too draining.
What did I just say the other night? Like, the internet hardly ever leaves room for nuance. The world is so nuanced and complex and complicated. And yet on the internet, it seems like most things are black and white. At least people are like, no, you have to be doing this, or you should be doing this, or you do it. And it's like, there's a lot to everyone's individual lives that are so nuanced. And I don't think the internet really allows for that very much. People just attack or support things. And you're like, wait a second, there's more to this in every way. Like the world is so complicated and not everything is all black and white. And I don't feel like the internet really lets that exist very often. Or, I mean, there are some things that are black and white, yes, but I don't know. It's just a lot of people, I feel like you said, aren't as easy to do compassion and more easy to attack. And I think we need to give each other a little more grace sometimes.
I like Instagram because I don't know, I just always feel like there's if you find your community, then there's a lot of support.
Yes.
And that's what I like the most about Instagram. Like, and the fact that, it's pictures and like what people had for lunch, or, like what their friends were doing.
It's a little more lighthearted, especially in our little area where we just share our books and stuff. And I don't know, there's more creativity and
there's like creativity, and like you can like find your people, and that's the nice thing about it. I find.
Definitely.
But like with anything, like in moderation.
That's where I don't do too well with that with Instagram. I just love it, but I do need to set better boundaries with that so I can make more time to be present and stuff. So
yeah, I think that would be a good goal too. Like I'm going to readjust my goals and like add that in too, like be more present. Like Ben and I do this thing where obviously not during the readathon, but like typically like at the end of the day after like we come home from work, we put our phones on the counter.
I love that.
Yeah. We'll put our phones on the counter, and then, we'll kind of like do our own thing, make dinner, like do like all of this, like all of that kind of stuff. And then like, check in and like with Instagram and that sort of thing. But we have this, we do these like apps together. It's just like for like relationship bonding, because like Ben and I have been together for like 15 years, so which is quite a long time. And so one of the sort of things to focus on is like these little prompts that you can get, and one of the prompts is just like around bedtime, just like leave your phone outside of your bedroom, or like not on your like bedroom like side table, but like just to put it at another corner of the room, or like even outside of the room, because I can have my iPad with like an alarm or set an alarm or something. And that was like actually like really easy to do.
That's good to hear. Yeah.
It was just like a little thing. So just like go home, put your like phones charging, and then like check in, and then just put it away. And that's what I do when I do my detoxes.
I love that. Yeah.
I have the opposite problem. I need to be on it more because Because I'm just like so behind on everything. I feel bad because like I don't know. I don't really post much for like personal life stuff because I feel like, oh, who would care about that? But then I'm like, well, I like looking at both of your personal life stuff. Like like, what coffee when you're making coffee,
Yeah.
what you're reading or what your cats are doing. Like, I love seeing that from other people. So I'm like, but for me, I'm just like, why would anyone want to see that about me? So I never do it. But then I'm like, well, it's hard for people to form a bond or connection with you if you don't share any of yourself. So I'm trying to figure out how to do that. I feel like an old lady. I don't know how to do this stuff.
Oh,
I would definitely watch like your coffee. Like,
oh yeah.
stories.
I'm
all over those.
Yes, me too.
Coffee is delicious looking.
Coffee, your tea, like what you eat for breakfast, all of that.
Yeah, I love seeing stuff like that.
See, I need to try to remember and try to do stuff like that more.
Little
See,
things
we're
like
all
that.
different, huh? We've all got different things we're working on.
Yeah.
Ben is so funny. He doesn't use Instagram, and like sometimes I'll be like, oh, here's like a funny story or something like that, or like a funny reel or whatever, and like I'll hand him the phone, and then I always have to tell him like like how you have to like hold it so that like it pauses like at the right time, or like to scroll up so that he can see the caption. So then I'm always like, here's the Instagram, and then I'll give it to him, and he's like, what? It went away. How do I get to it?
I'm not the only grandmother then, huh?
No, I think you're pretty good. I think you're pretty good.
That's so cute. Is anyone else's love language memes? Because mine is, and so is my husband.
My best friend is like that for sure.
Send each other memes. It's great.
Memes. There is this cat. I want to find it on Instagram. It's just so cute. It's like this sort of like cranky like cat. See if I can find it. I probably won't be able to find it, but it's just like I really love to see, like Ben and I really love to see like cat videos. So there's like this like really fuzzy cat. It's like a black gray cat with like really, really, really poofy like fur, and it has like bright like yellow like eyes, and like I just love cranky meows. Like anytime a cat does like a cranky meow, like when you're like, hey, and Olivia does really cranky meows where it's just like, and it's not like a meow, it's like a, and so I was just sending that back and forth with Ben today.
I love that.
I'll have to find it and like send it to you guys because it's just so cute. I love cranky cats. Cranky cats are the best.
Or Vines. We still watch Vine compilations.
Oh, wow. Yes, Vine.
I didn't do Vines when they existed. I didn't have the app or anything, but the compilations are pretty funny.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, Vines.
Yeah.
All right, guys. I think we've got to do a little bit. Me and Abigail probably will have to do some more reading if you're still going to read like afterwards.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to read a little bit of my book. And yeah.
I am at least going to read like to the end of the chapter because I only have a few more pages left and I need to know what happens. But I think this is going to be, I don't want to jinx it. I don't know. It's going to be a good rating. I love it.
All right, guys. Well, have a good night and thank you for joining. And yeah. Saturday will be our last sprints, and I'm really looking forward to the next couple of days and seeing what everyone, like posts and keeping up with everyone and hearing about your reads.
Yeah, same.
That'll be fun. All right, guys, have a good night.
Okay, you too.
Night.
Thanks for joining. Bye.
Bye, guys.